The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices: be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin. The strong take. The poor complain. The rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy on my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not on trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I can never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gon' run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is
and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known and recognized symbol of YouTube excellence and entertainment. It is known as the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, The notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator Coach Stradamus, and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA and
biggest icon in wrestling,
also known as EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg. So the man with Bajo, that is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the Afterpill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks ecclesiastically in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me James Bine, Malo Poppy, Hentai CGA. Don Gregorio's back in the building. The Lord of the Lings is right in front of you.
What kind of fuck you give me?
But you can call me CGA. See God Allah. And you're looking at the benevolent monarch and the reigning and defending 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. A lot of people getting demonetized and recently on YouTube, but here we got a great show for you lined up today. AKA All Men Pay. Lawsuits are the new divorce. Stefon Diggs, known as a player. He was a player, but All Men Pay. He is currently getting dragged in a ridiculous lawsuit by a former chef who claims that he was abusive and he choked and pay her as well. And she liked to get dominated. Okay, the New World Order is taking over the stream, but she likes to get dominated as well. So we're going to take a look.
I like to get dominated.
All right. He's currently going through a lawsuit at this moment. They're in day 2 of the particular trial, and he is going through what we call the humiliation ritual of men paying attention and money after the fact. All right. After the fact, a lot of the things that I teach will be taught here today in this particular stream. All the Red Pill Rangers. If you're a Red Pill Rangers, go fuck yourself. All right. She's lying, coach. All right. We're going to hear all of this dumb comments from Red Pill Rangers and all of this stuff. All right. We're going to hear the dumb comments from the dumb allegiance of men of the manosphere. They're going to come in here. Coach, she's lying. Oh, he'll be all right. He has money. We're going to hear all of these dumb comments. All right. And where all the I get it for free as men are going to be here too, talking about how Stefon Diggs was a player and he got it for free. Well, this is going to, again, support my philosophy is it only takes you one woman to make you pay for all the other women that you got for free. So we're going to talk about that as well. So we're going to talk about that. And we have The Rock out here in a skirt, and he's going to tell us why he's wearing a skirt at the recent Met Gala. We also have divorce for men who who don't believe that they can get divorced, men and women. Oh, what happens? I can't believe. All right, they must not have been in love. We have several divorce stories that you should hear about, including Barack and Michelle Michael Hussein Obama. Apparently, he's risking a divorce. All right, Michelle Obama saying you're on thin ice again, according to the New World Order press release. We have a press release claiming that they're going to be on divorce skids. And we also have, we got much more. Oh, Nikki Bella on a divorce as well. We got a lot of divorce news real quick. But in order to continue to contribute to today's show, it is $ the notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Yes, The Rock is in the day's news, man. He is out here at the Met Gala prancing around in skirts. And we're going to show you that. And he's going to tell you why he's wearing a dress. Right, he's gonna tell you exactly why he's wearing a dress. But I don't know. Would you wear a dress or a skirt? I don't know. I wouldn't do it. You can do it, all right, but I wouldn't do it. I would undo it anyway. All right, we got a hater in here. All right, thank you very much. He look. if there's a hater in here, that person literally is fake hating. All right, shout out to you, because you have to wait 20 minutes to throw a hate comment in here. You have to be subscribed to hate. Right, you have to be subscribed to hate on me. So it's only 10 minutes into the streams. That means he was waiting to hate. I mean, that means his hate was planned. Right, here we go right here. His hate was definitely planned. You have to wait for 20 minutes. Like he didn't just stumble upon the show. He was waiting to jump in here. You can't fool me. I know how this works. It's only 10 minutes in. So now you're already hating. That means you were planning to come in here and hate, you dummy. What's wrong with people, bro? But hi, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the show. You planned on being here. I appreciate it, though. All right. Bye, haters. All right. Shout out to my haters. Man, I love my haters, by the way. People think I hate haters. I love them. All right. Thank you for being here. You contribute to about maybe 3% of the audience, but I appreciate you for being here. All right. My man came in with the premeditated bot hate, too. Right from the rip, right from the top rope. I'm like, it's too early, man. Nate, the audience is not here, sir. Nobody's going to see you hating yet. Only me. All right. It's only 500 people in here. All right. There'll be 2,000 plus people in here later on. So if you want to wait. Oh, man. That's some premeditated haters. Shout out to our brother, no government name. We're going to call you RD. He says, thank you for all that you do. Here is your cut from all the money I stopped tricking towards some of these women. Shout out to you. And that is a sponsorship. Shout out to you. I'm rich, bitch. All right. That is a sponsorship coming in here, giving me a cut of the money that he used to trick, taking girls out on dates and restaurants, hoping that she will fold up like a lawn chair or a cheap suit. All right. Appreciate that. Early off, kicking off the first support with a sponsorship already from the top rope. Appreciate that. See, that's how you can hate. You can hate like that. All right. Hate and put your money where your mouth is. All right. Anyway. All right. Somebody said I should wait until day 2. Nigga, social media don't wait. I don't know what you're doing here. I mean, why are you guys with the ignorance already? I should wait until day 2 tomorrow where Stefon Diggs. Can I do 2 streams on it? Right. Nigga want me to wait till the whole week and do a recap for you, nigga. No, I'll do another stream about it and I'll do another segment about it. How about we do that? People don't realize social media, bro. Social media is like stuff happens today, 2 days later is gone. You can't just bring it up later. Oh, like last week. All right, last week she said, I'm not about to do eight hours of Stefon Diggs on one show. All right, this stuff comes and goes. All right, people that have talked about it already. 5 days, and then you want me to wait. Oh, let me wait and do a whole recap. All right. How about you do it, nigga? You do what you want to do, and I'll do my fucking show. What is going on this morning? Shout out to Preston. He says Jay-Z is doing what prawn stars do. Make the money first, and then afterwards say it don't count. All right, that don't count. I was tripping, but I did see a picture of his daughter, Blue. She looks, well, I can't tell you what she looks like because she's a minor. All right, but I think she'll be a problem out here in the future. All right, you guys going to have to deal with Blue in the future here. But I think what's happening is she looks about 14 or 15, and that's what had happened. All right, that's what's happening with Jay. He's having to come to Jesus moment. All right, of, oh, my daughter going to be out here in these funky ass streets. Let's just be honest. Jay-Z's daughter about to be out here lethal in these streets. Okay. And I'm not talking about sexually in these streets. All right. I'm not talking about sexually. I'm just talking about she about to be in the business. She about to be in the business. They about to put her on. I don't know if you realize that. Y'all going to be hearing about this young lady for a long time coming. Like for the next 20 years. She going to be in there. All right, she's going to be on mute, all in the video, all on the record, dancing. That's why Jay-Z and Beyonce knows what's coming, because Blue about to be crazy. She's going to probably be in the movies. So they got to clean up their act and clean their nose up, and they got to clean up all the dirt back behind the scenes, allegedly. They got to clean all that shit up because Blue about to be a problem out here. All right. And so they already know that's a 20-year run, maybe 30, 40-year run that we're going to hear about the Jay-Z's and the Beyonce's family, because they about to put her on. All right. She going to be the next big thing, if you will. And I don't know much about her. I just saw a picture of her. I was like, oh, she ready. All right. She ready. She ready to go. They already got her package. Her career path is already planned. All she got to do is lay the ball against the glass, lay up. All right. All she got to do is follow it. They planned her career out meticulously, thoroughly. So that's why you're hearing Jay-Z come out like this, because Jay-Z knows that Blue's fan base that she's going to have is going to look up and say, who is Blue's father? Because they don't know. Trust me, whoever's following Blue, what would her name last be? Carter? Whoever's going to follow her the next 5 years, they don't know who Jay-Z is. They have no clue. So it's going to happen is those people who are going to be following her, what are they now? 12, 10, 9, 8, 7. They certainly don't know who Jay-Z is. So in the next 20 years, they're going to be like, oh, who's Blue's father? They're going to look it up and they're going to be like, God damn, this nigga. They're going to be like, yo, this is crazy. All right. He is a misogynist. He's pouring Cristal on girls. So he's going to have to tap dance and apologize. And everything I say is alleged. Right, regarding them. So yeah, man, that's what I'm looking at. That's why he had to clean his nose a little bit, all right, and figure out how to get this shit straight. It's kind of like Eminem too. Eminem is one of those things that, you know, it was fun while he was doing it, but then he had to come back and tap dance a little bit. Maybe I was a little bit more of maybe I was hating the Reading Rainbows a little too hard. Okay. Shout out to KT the King, says, good morning, CGA. Women may want the top 20%, and that's understandable. The delusion appears when they forget the old adage, be the person that you want. Most XXs fail to understand this and have grandiose sense of entitlement to men based on media indoctrination. You mean the Disney family, the Disney fantasy. The Disney fantasy. I deserve. Yep. Well, that sounds very 2021. So do you have a solution for that? Or are you gonna what are we gonna do about that? I mean, that's what I want to do. And he says, respect the CGA. Shout out to the new Coach Gang members that I brought into the fold. It is Rochelle Ryan. I put her onto your immaculate content. She follows you on X. Shout out to Rochelle Ryan in the building. Welcome to the gang. And eventually you'll be welcome to the Shield. All right. You're all welcome here on the Coach Gang. All right. To be a part of the Coach Gang. We got a couple of more here that I want to acknowledge, I believe. And then we're going to push on and head back to Straggle and Sniggle Theater. But this show is ready to go. So we're ready to go. We're roaring to go. Shout out to Pro Mansplainer late in the yesterday stream saying, Coach, allegedly. Shout out to you. And everything I say today is alleged. All right. Anyway, let's get into it. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's have fun at the comment section of today's show.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Oh, yeah. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, let's take you to your local McDonald's where we see one of your queens doing her business in the local McDonald's area here. And I don't know why this is on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Maybe because she's a straggle. And we're going to go ahead and show the video right to your screen.
They messed with the wrong person.
Thank you. Have a good time. Bitch. Fuck y'all.
Oh.
I get in inside. Where we at?
Oh,
no more order.
All these sniggles and straggles coming out here. Look at this. Why they back there? All right, I got 1, 2, 3, a couple of too many niggies. All right, in this back of the, you don't belong back there. Niggy. All right, she coming back for more though.
Let me take a picture real quick before I done.
Oh, she gotta take a picture up.
I'm putting this on Instagram.
Cover up. Whose girlfriend is this? This is some of y'all's JUCOs that y'all be telling me y'all have out here. This is some of y'all JUCOs crashing out when she come out.
Here's William.
She's not a bad looking girl. She just kind of brutally, she's mentally disabled at this point.
Yeah, repercussions are fucking with Jeanette.
Now, I don't know if you guys remember, y'all saw y'all aunties and y'all cousins and shit like this, and y'all aunties crash out like this, you know what I mean? And y'all thought this was normal. This is abnormal behavior, all right? Because, like, let me just tell you, if you're crashing out in McDonald's, you really have to consider your life. Where is your life at this particular point if you're taking out your frustration on low-wage employees at McDonald's? Like, is this how you get to crash out? Like, would you do this in a bank? Nope. Now, them using the Middle Easterns that have you locked up in a headlock. And you notice when she started crashing out, they just let her crash out. It was just like, well, whatever. All right, tear it up. We don't care about it. All right, this is some family franchise, and she's taking out all of her frustrations on McDonald's. And they just letting her do it too. And she's impressed by herself. Look, don't fuck with me, she says. She's impressed by herself.
Nobody wanna rumble. Nobody. Fuck y'all bitches. Y'all bitches gonna die in this shit.
Oh my goodness. And damn, I mean, that's a cute little girl, but she cracked out. She papped out. She needs therapy. This is when the women be like, all people need therapy. Everyone. Nope, just you. Just you. You need therapy.
You see this stuff on Instagram.
Y'all add me. Allow me to on Instagram. The baddest bitch.
Oh.
There go her people right there. And there's the henpecked boyfriend. I get it for free, coach. All right, going home. I mean, guys, man, if this is the peak of your potential where you can make an impact.
Here's William.
All right, you got a problem. That definitely looks like College Park, Maryland.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
That definitely is the College Park, Maryland activities there. I think it's called College Park. It's over there by the University of Maryland. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Straggle, Sniggle Theater, we got more here. We have a woman that said she made $1,500 doing this particular job as a side hustle to make some extra money. All right, what type of job do you think she did? All right, well, if you know my show, you already know what type of job. She says, I made $1,500 in 24 hours selling pedicure content.
Let me show you how I made $1,300 in 24 hours off of my pedicure content. I literally just woke up. I'm not feeling well at all. I probably look insane, but let's get into it. Okay, so I talked to you guys about, making pedicure content. This was a transaction from yesterday. Oh, $1,300. So this is a transaction from yesterday and then Thursday as well. And then this is from this morning. As you can see, it's April 25th. And 2 deposits came in this morning.
11.
So basically, I'm going to show you guys a conversation that transpired between me and this specific pedicure client. So here it goes right here.
All right, so she's got a pedicure client here.
We're just looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her.
No, I ain't looking at no feet. Man, ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You're looking at feet? Yes, I'm looking at.
All right, somebody looking at feet. There it is right there. Feet right there. Smiley face. All right, there it is right there. Okay. Pedicure. It says Petty Client 31.
We're just looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her.
No, I ain't looking at no feet. Man, ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You're looking at feet?
Is that my phone? That's not my phone number. That definitely looked like my phone number right there.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Does she got me saved as Petty Client number 31? All right, I thought I was the only one, ma'am.
Oh, the humanity.
You said I was the only one that you do this for. All right, but that's neither here nor there. $1,300, I should say. Not a bad little come up there.
He texted me this morning, hi Queen, I'd love to send for you. I said, I'm just getting send it. How much do you want? When they tell me that they're ready to send, that means they're tender, okay? So I'm gonna up the scope, okay? So, because I don't mind payments that come in for $100 at a time, $200, $300, because it all adds up accumulatively, right? So here I am talking, and then he had sent me $500.
Hold on for a second. Look. Stop sharing my private text messages, man. All right, I got lawyers on the case. Don't put my private information up on here, but let's take a look at, okay. Oh, my Lord. Yes, indeed. Okay.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
The bottom of the feet. All right, that pedicure client.
Instagram, except it's a longer version. And then I also have these videos as well.
Let me see. Oh, my goodness.
And I talk about these poses in my pose guide, you guys, if you guys want to check that out. But yeah, this is the other video that I sent. Different position. Okay, I was fixing my waist trainer, but yes, you guys, definitely tap in. I keep telling you, if you want to learn how to make some quick, easy coin in 2026, definitely lock in to the pedicure game. Don't say I didn't try to put you on. If you guys want to learn the game right now.
All right, we don't want to know the game. Don't sell on my show. Apparently, there you go, ladies. I'm telling you, you will be surprised at the amount of women that have tried to sell feet pictures. All right, I've dated women. All right, and some JUCOs that was like, oh, I tried to sell feet pictures. Like they try to do it, but of course, there's a whole dangerous part of the game that they don't know about until they get into it, and then once they get into it, they realize there's some very evil, nasty men out here. They're disgusting. All right, but not bad little come up. We got Straggle, Sniggle Theater. The church is back on here. I've laid off the Christians for a couple of days, but apparently here we're going to the Catholic Church, and we're going to see what happens to your donations when you are tied to the church. Let's go ahead and take you to the video. All right, you see the guy right there. All right, look at Mushmouth. The volunteer guy with the nice little suit jacket right there. And there he is right there. Okay, Hector. All right, look at him. Oh, no. Something tells me, sir, you're up to no good. All right, when you start looking around, you look mighty suspicious, sir. I mean, just go do what you're going to do. All right, already. But let's take a look. All right, there he goes right there. Let me dig into the bottom of that pot. I'm not going to look. We're going to put it into that little box right there. All right, what you're supposed to do. Oh, no, sir. That's your pocket, sir. What are you doing?
Straight jacket.
That's not the box. Oh, let's dump the rest of the change. Oh, you took all the foldable money and then just put the things that string and ringling ding, ding, ding in there. All right, let's see. Oh, that's one pocket. All right, your pocket's full, sir. All right, where's the donation going? Oh, okay, that ain't enough. All right, I got some more down here at the bottom. And oh no, look at this. He got it in his hand. All right. Rosie Palm and the 5-finger. Hey, what's going on here?
Straight jacket.
You know that's the Lord's money, sir. You know that's the Lord's money. These honest, hardworking people praying to their God 5 times a day to the east. Okay, that's the Muslims. All right, but anyway, these faithful Catholic citizens, Christians, done spent they 10% of their money and you done pocketed it, man. What is going on here, you evil ass person right here? Damn.
Gotta get my bag and run.
All right, look at him. And if you see this guy at your church collecting money, just know he got it in his pocket. All right, he got it in his pocket right there. Get your hands out of my pocket. What you gonna do with that money, sir? That's the Lord's money. All right, how we gonna pay rent on this building to get everybody else to pay us more of the Lord's money? We know everything except how to get some money. You gotta get the money from the people. All right, that's crazy. Straggle, Sniggle Theater. We have a woman that said, well, listen. She says everybody's got a price, and she has a price too. So let's take you to the video here. This is somebody's daughter. These are your nieces. These are the people that I tell you about out here. She going, your girl going, they all going. There she is right there. Racially ambiguous. She looks probably black or mulatto, possibly a Latina, but I can't tell. All right. But this woman says, yeah, for the right price, I'm going. How many people I let hit for free is the question.
And nobody gonna say I have morals, I have principles, I was raised right and everything, and my mother did a good job. Shout outs to her. But if a nigga put a 50 bowl in front of me right now, guess what? I don't have 50K.
This is why I respect it. You see what I'm saying?
And I'm gonna say it, and people gonna agree and people gonna argue. I don't have 50K right now. So if a nigga give me 50K right now, how many niggas I done fucked for free?
That's the clip. That's the clip right there.
I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
That's what she said right here. She said, I'm going. She said, what?
I looked at it as I have an ATM between my legs and I'm just using it. All I got to do is put my card in and that's it. And put the PIN number and boom, money just comes around.
And let me just be honest. All right. Those women go for $500. Just all right. 500. You don't need 50K, bro. All right, I folded up women for less. That woman for $350. I mean, they 50K. She definitely going because you know at the end of the day they got bills to pay.
I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money,
at the end of the day they got a boyfriend, a pimp to pay. At the end of the day she got to make a quota. At the end of the day somebody got to check a trap. At the end of the day she gonna do what she need to do. All right, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Go get it.
Ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace, and coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out. Shout out to the Locals gang. Join me over on CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account and have a conversation with the Coach gang. You also can share some posts if you want to share some posts that might be featured on today's show. And we love your conversations over there. And if you're a Coach gang member over on Locals, press 1. All right. But we talk about the monetized dating marketplace every Sunday, and we give you guys the information that you need to understand of why the regular normie dating marketplace is completely disastrous. And that is because dating is monetized right across the board. Yes, your girlfriend, your daughters, your nieces, your auntie, they are going and they are double dipping into the system of what we call the spectrum. So go ahead and join us on CoachGregAdams.locals.com. Start with a free account just to explore. But we have 3+ years of the past streams on there for you to learn of what's going on here. And if you don't want to go back to the last 3 years, you can join us on Sunday mornings on the live streams. Shout out to you. Locals gang in the building. Locals gang in the building. Got it going on to the break of dawn. Shout out to our brother here. Let me see if I can need to stop to do some station, let me see if I need to stop to do some super chats. Shout out to our brother Marcus T. Beverly says giving game. All right, we got the game over here. So much game, we need a referee.
I got money.
So much game, we need a referee. And also, if you see on your screen the QR codes that are available for you to click if you're watching via a mobile phone, a tablet, or you're watching via the YouTube TV, which is going to be the future if you're following the money mindset, but we'll talk about that later. New world. All right, the reason why we have those up there and you'll see other content creators follow suit is because a lot of people are watching via YouTube TV. According to my analytics, between 15 and 20% watch me on the live streams for playbacks or live on YouTube TV. So they don't have a chat. Many of them can't see a chat. Many of them can't click a link within the chat or the description box. So as a result, since they're watching, that particular group size of audience is watching via YouTube TV, this allows them to contribute and donate by clicking the QR code and going straight to the Cash App and Ko-Fi and typing in their message as they're watching it on the playback. But this is going to be what YouTube is doing. And I'm not going to give you too much game because they're trying to become the top player on television. So they're just not satisfied. They're not content with their position that they're currently in. They have a new CEO, Niggero. All right. Susan Wojciechowski, dead. All right. She done died. They have a new person in charge and they're trying to take over the entire game. And so they're also trying to take over your TV set. And like I said, 15 to 20% of my audience watch my live stream via YouTube TV. So if you do want to donate and you don't have the ability to click the link, well, you can click that cell phone camera, hit that QR code even during the playbacks and make your contribution. And I'll read your playback, your contribution on the next stream. All right. That's why we have that up there. Anyway, shout out to you right there for Marcus for getting some support in. We appreciate that. And it's close to the first of the month because a lot of you guys,
your rent's due, motherfucker.
A lot of you guys just got done paying rent. All right. And so your money is a little bit low. So we understand that over here, but we're still going to give you a great show. All right, Kaylin has something to say along with Martin Muhammad. Martin Muhammad, you don't have to wait long, so we're going to get in there. We have Kaylin all the way from, well, we won't tell you, we won't dox him. He says, I saw some of the Met Gala last night, and you're right, Blue Ivy looked ready. She's the heir to the throne. She already has a Grammy, and yes, she's becoming a bigger star. Jay-Z is definitely playing cleanup. All right, shout out to you right there. Like you guys said, I don't know if I want to show Blue. How old is Blue Ivy? I'm not going to show her on my show. All right, let me see. If she's under 15, I'm going to pass on showing you her right there. Let me see. Her age is 14. So we're not going to show her on here. We don't mess with children over here. We don't talk about children. But, once she hit about that 15, 16, then we can start talking about her, or if she's a public figure, which she is a public figure, but she's not packaged as a public figure yet. So we're going to leave that alone. But like I said, I saw a picture of her at the Met Gala, and they're already promoting her and pushing her out there. They got her already. I'm pretty sure they got her career path already ready to go. And she's the next big star coming up. All right. She's the next big star coming up. When I saw her, I was like, oh, she ready. She was just as tall as Beyonce. I know she might have been wearing some heels. I couldn't really tell, but she gonna be ready to go. I was like, oh, she got it ready to go, man. So she's ready for stardom. So when we did the stream yesterday about what Jay-Z was doing, he's definitely playing cleanup. He cleaning up that backyard, right? Okay. But shout out to our brother Martin Muhammad. Says, Coach, thank you for your constant encouragement. This has been on my spirit today. So pardon if this is a better question for the money mindset. In reference to content creation, how does one have fun with the process, which may take years of going from trash to highly skilled? All right, quickly, that is a money mindset conversation. But I will tell you, man, as a content creator, what you have to do is, and a lot of content creators struggle with this, and also a lot of people around content creators struggle with this because they look at this as, oh, you have an easy job. You get to have fun, right? And I make it look easy, but this is very difficult to do. And also they think you're having fun when they see you on the screen. Oh, you're having fun. You enjoy this. And it's just like a day off for you. You just get to sit back and just talk, but it's hard, right? It was an hour and a half preparing for this. I stayed up till midnight yesterday editing. And then also woke up early to prepare for this. And then now I'm talking for the next 4 hours. It's exhausting, right? It is definitely a soul-sucking process, pause. And it's not fun, especially when you've been doing it for years and years. Now I can appreciate it. I'm grateful for it. But the way I look now, I'm not having fun. I mean, I know you think I'm having fun, all right? I know you think this is like, oh, this is cool. He's so happy and he's so happy. All right, I'm not. I'm not so happy. It's a lot of acting. It's a lot of what the people call, a lot of content creators struggle with the fact that they have, I always forget the name for it. All right. There's a name for it where you have like not an identity crisis. What do they call it? My money mindset knows what it is because I always forget it, but money mindset reminds me what it is. But guys, you have to remember that I'm 15 years in on YouTube. 15 years in. And no, imposter syndrome is what it is. The imposter syndrome. So a lot of content creators suffer from this because they have to do so much. Hi, like, share, subscribe. And I'm so happy. Imagine doing that for 8 hours. Right. Imagine doing that for 8 hours. If people just think, oh, you just like talking and you just like being in the screen. Bro, 8 hours. I'm ready to not talk to nobody for a week. But I just did 140 hours over the last 3 weeks. Right. I did 140 hours over the last 3 weeks of just popping up here, hi, and having conversations and putting videos up and sharing. So here's the thing. It takes years. Anything that you do takes years and years and years of practice and skill to the point where if you think it's effortless, if people look at you and say that's effortless, then you're very good at it. But that doesn't mean you're going to be happy doing it. But that means you're just good at doing it. Most people start this off nervous. They don't know what to say. They don't know how to improv. They don't know how to elaborate. They can't have fun. They don't know how to go back from humor to serious. A lot of people struggle with this ability to do this. With that being said, He says, how does one have fun with the process? Look, you go from doing the same thing you did to earn $2 on AdSense to doing the same thing you did and more to earn $150,000 a month. Okay, so that's your choice. Okay, that's your choice. You're going to have to figure out that everything you do to be able to earn money on AdSense, which I earned 0 on AdSense, but whatever you're doing to get monetized, you're going to do that exact same thing and you can make $150K. Now, that's why people do it. That's why people do it. But it may take you 2, 3, 4, 5 years of doing that over and over again, making very little or not even making a profit, to the point where then it becomes worth it and you start making a profit and you say, okay, I'm just duplicating and replicating the process. And not only that, you're evolving. You have to evolve. Okay, anybody doing the same shit over and over again, trust me, I know they hate their lives. Right? Any content creator that's still talking about, and I'm not dissing the manosphere or the red pill, there's content creators that have been doing this 5, 6, 7 years, giving you the same red pill videos. OnlyFans girls regret their lives. They're giving you that same shit. They hate their fucking life. The only thing they like is the AdSense. All right. The only thing they like is the fact that y'all gonna click on it. They just looking at the views and the analytics. All right, the incels are in here. All right, good. They like that. They ate it up. All right, and they're going about their business. All right, fucking their girlfriends and shit. They out here getting married, cuddling up with their wives. They hate that shit, bro. Giving you the same dumbass reaction videos. Look at these OnlyFans girls. They're going broke, and the facade is They hate their fucking life. The only thing they like is the AdSense. That's the only thing they like. They don't give a fuck about you guys or the incels or none of these men that really out here struggling, having problems. But dudes to fail to evolve, and they out here 50 years old, still talking about how dating sucks. Nigga, y'all 50 plus. Go sit down. Y'all 50 plus. These niggas out here 50 plus out here talking about dating. All right. Anyway, shout out to you, man. Look, man, it is what it is. And they wish to pivot, but they don't want to pivot because they feel like they're going to lose their incel audience and the people that pay them AdSense. For me, I don't have AdSense, so I can pivot and flip and I can point people to what works for me and what pays for me. So I don't have to worry about an incel audience or red pill rangers and shit because they don't pay nothing. They don't pay much. They don't want to improve themselves either. So like my content is not paid for by incels and red pill guys. So I can be like, well, whatever, nigga. Hollywood. Just change my persona so I can have fun. I changed my persona so I can have fun. All right. Somebody said that I put the link to the Ko-Fi. Well, apparently I did, but I didn't pin it. So that would explain why there's less Ko-Fis. But thank you, man. Let's go ahead and do that. It will be pinned to the bottom of the comment section. All right. We'll do it live. Somebody said, how do you have fun, CGA? I got to change my personas. All right. Change it all the time so I can have fun with it. But I can't still give you the same shit I gave you in 2018. By the way, I'm celebrating. Did you guys know that? I'm celebrating 15 years on YouTube. 15 years on YouTube, gentlemen. This is not a story. People think they're going to pop off overnight. You could pop off overnight on YouTube, but the likelihood of you popping off overnight is rare on YouTube. And you possibly have to be a woman to pop off overnight. All right. But most of the time, the women aren't going to put in the work. I know this. But I've been on YouTube for 15 years. My first video was posted in the year 2011. Okay. And I'll put up the receipts right here just so you guys can see. My first video was posted in the year 2011. So anybody that thinks that this is an overnight success story, there it is, 14 years ago. First video was a basketball drills. I've changed personas and evolved on my Coach Greg Adams channel like 4 or 5 times. Okay, I had fitness, basketball drills. I had fitness. Then I had simple motivation. Then I had, I had a family vlog, but that wasn't on the Coach Greg Adams channel. Then I went to the Red Pill or Manosphere. Then now it's Hollywood CGA. But it says 14 years ago, but you know, it hasn't rounded up yet. My first video, 14 years ago. Technically, this is the 15th year. All right, 2011, 2026, 15 years. So anybody that be like, oh, he just came up here overnight and he did it and it was easy for him. It wasn't. It took a long time for me to get there. So if you take the time that the day that I posted that video and the day I got my first AdSense check and the day I started doing content that literally started feeding the algorithm and working and I took it seriously, that was 7 years. So it was 2018, 2011, 2018, 7 years of just trying, implementing, not consistently, but just trying, implementing, posting, getting used to it. Took 7 years for me to get in here and then finally make something work. With that being said, y'all take that into consideration when you talking about popping off on social media. They don't see that part. Y'all don't see that fucking part. They just think you just showed up, start posting videos. Oh, it's easy for you. You got lucky. Okay. Nah, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. But you know, I'm here to help. And by the way, you can get more and more of this over on the Money Mindset, if you will, which is a whole nother thing. All right. Shout out to you. We posted the link down here. Thank you for celebrating with me 15 years on YouTube. All right. Anyway. Let's get into this one real quick. We got boss up material here. FU boss up. Coming up next, as we call it over here, we're in the boss up era of CGA. The boss up era of CGA.
Better boss up, nigga.
FU boss up. And let me see what we got here. We have some boss up material here. Three things that I want to share with you on FU boss up today. Is the first one is going to be a young man. I don't know if he's real or not, but he looks like he's real. I think he says he's 18 years old and he's making money in one particular industry. And he said he pulling back that money and he peeling back. Pause. Let's see what he's talking about here.
What's up, man? Can I do a quick interview with you?
What up, champ?
How you doing?
How you doing, stud?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Can't complain. Another day, another dollar. You feel me?
I don't want to interrupt you. I know you're filming. We can do a quick video?
Let's get it.
You're popping up all on their TikTok. Yes. Tell them what you do.
I do insurance, and at the same time, I'm a entertainer. That's what I am.
What does that mean?
I give the people what they want. Supply and demand. That's what that is, all right?
On a real note, you sell insurance.
Yes, life insurance.
And that's a very boring industry, but you make it very fun on your social media.
Yes. Sales is fun. Every no is a step closer to a yes. And you guys can do anything you put your mind to.
And how old are you today?
18.
You're 18.
Yes.
And I actually watched your YouTube. You bought a new car recently.
Yes.
How much was the car?
114.
114.
Yes.
You're 18 years old. A lot of young kids dream to be in a position like you're in today.
And you guys can. It's you against you at the end of the day. And you guys could do anything you put your mind to. And one more time, all the haters. If you got haters, you're doing something right.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Is there anything you would tell your younger self before figuring out who you are today?
Urgency kills. Take action. You learn in business. Business is like this. It's like a roller coaster. You will learn as you go. Be patient. Be willing to work with nothing in return, and you will make it. Guaranteed. Show up every day with intention, with will and want, and sky's the limit. We're
all right, man. He preaching
in the best industry.
Dude, he preaching, man. For a young guy who they claim is 18 years old, he hitting y'all with some super duper facts that it sounds easy, but he hitting y'all with some good inspiration, some good facts. I hope you have an open heart to receive what he's talking about right here, but he's hitting you with the real. All right. Now, let me just tell you, he probably has got involved with this business that his dad started, but that's neither here nor there. Right. That's neither here nor there. But that's part of the game of the money mindset and the blue chip mindset. More than likely, he got involved with the business that his dad had already established. And he was smart enough to actually go into that business, learn it, and then apply it. All right. I'm just more than likely. Insurance is a business typically handed down by a father or a family member or something like that. But he talking about what he put you on the game. All right. Is you versus the world, is you versus yourself.
Let me ask you this, though. Yes. I don't know if you can answer this on camera. What's the most you made in 1 month so far?
Ooh, net profit. 6 figures.
All right, 6 figures.
6 figures?
Yeah.
Like 1 to 200?
Social media is different, bro. Once you have a personal brand, super important. Opportunity after opportunity.
let me tell you, man, look, he also combining that with social media. And I'm going to tell you, man, this is a tailored suit. All right. This is a tailored suit. He's ready to go. All right. He's out here with sales, which is another guy. Sales. You got to learn sales. All right. You got to learn some sort of sales. If you don't learn sales, you're not going to be confident as a speaker out here. I know your guys are going through your path and your purpose, but when you are in the employee model, and if you're a money mindset member, type in one of the basis of our structure to tell you kind of where you are. You have to point me to where you are on this map for me to give you an understanding of what you need to do to get to where you need to go and get to your financial goals. But you got to actually get involved in the sales process. This will help you also be able to be comfortable talking to women and networking. Sales is the cheat code to life. I'm involved in sales now. I'm selling you a persona, a personality. I'm selling you the money mindset, free agent lifestyle. I got to get up here and sell all the time. And you have to be unashamed of it. You have to be a shameless self-promoter. And this sometimes rub people the wrong way, but these are the people who make money. These are the people who make money. Most people are not going to kill it as an employee. You can over 40 years, consistent work and put it down, but most people are just going to not kill it that way. But if you want to be out here being a gorilla, a killer, and a Godzilla, you're going to have to get involved in the sales concept as early as possible. As early as possible. That doesn't mean you're going to be successful selling what you're going to learn from, because I've sold a bunch of things. I've sold suits. I've sold shoes and cars. I've sold real estate, personal training sessions, YouTube. I mean, I've sold a lot of things in my life. Doesn't mean you're going to be successful when you learn how to sell that product. Once you become confident in what you are selling, then sky's the limit. Now, here's the thing, man. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something that is going to be a cheat code. Never let people tell you I don't put you up on the game. Watch this, and I want you to try and implement this. And I'm going to try to demonstrate this because I got so many ideas of just time to even do it. The many ideas that I have, but I got so many ideas. A person, my right-hand man here, meaning that the right-hand person is like, okay, I got an idea. Let's do it. I would kill social media. I would kill it. But you don't have a lot of people that have the ability to volunteer and put themselves out like that. They just want to do the bare minimum. But I actually put this into practice one time for guys that want to walk around and you want to get attention. Like, this is if you want a cold approach. If you want a cold approach, you don't. If you do this, you're gonna win. You'll get tons of attention and numbers. And I've mentioned this before. If you go through the mall, any shopping area, high end, middle, low end, if you want to talk to girls, this is what you do. You carry around bags like this, like you just went shopping. This is a cheat code. Somebody's gonna steal this. I've been saying this for years. When you're walking around a mall, instead of walking around empty-handed looking like a goddamn predator, look like you just went shopping. I mean, dude, people are going to look at you. Women, all ages, teenage, well, over teenage. Everybody's going to pay attention to you. And you don't have to just get some bags. Just get some boxes and bags. You're going to have grown women, adults, grannies, women 20, 18. Dude, just get bags and act like you're shopping. Carry them around. And then, dude, they're going to be looking at you like this. And then you're going to go, oh, hi, how you doing? Dude, you can have a girl walking next to you, and they going to give you all kind of attention. This is a cheat code. Is this called looks maxing? This is a cheat code. And especially if you have higher end bags, dude, it's a layup. You're going to have layups. I've done this before. All right. And when I was in Malaysia, I was walking around. I went shopping with Wasabi Baby, and I'm walking around with bags and Wasabi Baby. Bruh, people were looking at me, all kind of girls. They was looking me up and down. They was checking at me. Dude, it's insane. It's insane. That's an insane cheat code. CGA shop maxing is what we're going to call it. Shop maxing. But just walk around. You just get 2 to 3 bags. Make sure they don't look used. You can get a high-end, middle tier. You can have a Foot Locker bag, a mid-tier, or a high-end brand. You're going to get people to talk to you. Women are going to talk to you. It's like an instant credibility, what we call social proof. It's just social proof. I mean, that's what happens. But anyway, take notes. Somebody's going to steal it. You're going to hear this on the Fresh and Fit podcast. You're going to hear this on the whatever Incel podcast. You're going to hear them because they're all watching me. All right. They're all watching me, or their editors or their clippers are watching me. All right. But that's a cheat code. I don't know if any dating coaches ever told you about that. I'm pretty sure. But this shit works, bro. It's a layup. It's a layup. Gold diggers are going to do, women that you think these women will never talk to me. Walk around with shopping bags and see what happens. See what happens. Cheat effing code. Cheat effing code. It doesn't have to be Louis Vuitton either. But of course, if you're carrying a Louis bag, it's just going to increase your likelihood of some gold digger, Botox face woman, BBL titty implant woman to talk to you. All right. That's if you want to have a conversation with them. You're going to realize that they're empty in their head. But all of a sudden, they want to follow you on Instagram. All of a sudden, they're giving you the WhatsApp. All right. Yep. They're going to approach you. Women will never approach you because you make money. Yes, they do. They'll approach you. Oh, what did you get? Oh, what did you get? Did you get it for your girl or did you get it for yourself? Oh, I bought this for myself. Oh, I love a man that buy. They'll talk to you. They'll talk to you. Man, look, people don't realize, bruh, making more money doesn't mean women will come. I'm like, says a broke guy. But when you have money, yes, they do. They're going to tap you on the fucking shoulder. Look, we have a brother that said birdseed. This is what we teach, man. Birdseed is real. But it is what it is. All right. A lot of dudes, broke dudes, don't see this. Oh, I can get girls and don't have to do all that. Well, good for you.
I got money.
Good for you. That's fantastic. I love that for you. Anyway, F you boss up. F you boss up. Watch. Give it 3 weeks and somebody's going to be saying this on Instagram. How much you want to bet? And I want you guys to follow it as soon as you see this on, because let me just tell you something. I haven't heard many people talk about that. First of all, most guys are still trying to use conversation in the mouthpiece. Give it 3 weeks. I guarantee you somebody in the incel pill is going to bring it up. And they're going to make a short YouTube short. Give it 3 weeks, and somebody on Instagram that acts like he doesn't know who I am or follow me is going to make a video of him cold approaching with meta glasses. Give it fucking 3 weeks. It always happens. It always happens. I'm like, damn, how did that happen? Now all of a sudden I see that on Instagram. All right. Anyway, shout out to FU Boss Up here. I guess this should be on this. Oh, no. We do have another video on FU Boss Up. Here we go right here. We have a guy that's going to explain the difference between assault and battery. Do you guys know the difference between assault and battery? All right. A lot of us don't. A lot of us think that we do. I would have assumed that assault was actually just hitting someone or damaging property or something like that. Or as in the case of a woman, actually physically touching them, violating them if they have not consented. But do you guys know the difference between assault and battery? You would be shocked. A lot of us have committed assault and don't even realize it. I actually had to look this up, and it is actually true. The laws have a different interpretation of what assault is. Here's what assault is versus battery.
That's assault. That's assault. The touching is the battery. Posturing myself like this to you, that's assault. Why? Because do I look like I'm going to do you harm? Do you believe that I have the physical ability to do so? Yes. Okay. So it would be normal for her to be afraid. Yes, she's been assaulted at this point. The battery is the physical touch.
What? Now, shout out to this guy right here. A lot of people don't know this, but I'm going to give him his. Okay, I'm going to give him his props right here. You guys got to take notes on this one here. This is interesting. This is interesting that a lot of people don't realize that assault is just a physical or verbal threat. And if the person feels like they're going to be harmed, that yes, that is an assault. All right, that's incredible. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't think that. Oh, I walked up to him, I started yelling, and I got him in their face, and I did that. That's an assault. I mean, that's incredible to realize that that's the case. And all the person has to say, and you'll see this later in Crime and Law CGA. You'll see this later in Crime and Law CGA. That yes, if they felt like you can do harm to them and you postured, you cornered them, you blocked the door. That's an assault. Woo-wee. All right, watch out. And then the physical part is the battery. Man, that's incredible. So be careful out there. That's the point of this particular thing here. We want you to boss up and realize this, that a lot of people will tell you, you need to get in their face. You need to confront them. You need to do this. You need to, get in front of them. Don't let them take that. Don't take that from them. And then once you do that to them, block a door, block their path, get in front of them, you've committed an assault. All right, on that person. And also, if you've been a victim of this, if you had people do this to you, and women typically do this to men, they will call men and abusers, but they assault men all the time. They'll get in front of them. They'll block them. They'll block their path. They'll stop them from getting to the door. Okay, they'll threaten them. They'll threaten them with physical harm. They'll raise their fist. Sometimes they'll act like they're going to punch you. What, are you scared? Well, these are all assaults. And you can actually get them prosecuted for that and say, I fear for my safety. I feel for bodily harm. I feel for my life. And this person has continued to assault and abuse me throughout the entire relationship. All right. So interesting. Be careful out there. It's boss up season. We're teaching men and women alike how to not get yourself in trouble, and also how to press charges on these people. All right. Press charges on these people. Yes, women are assaulting and abusing you, but they will claim that you're an abuser, and they will typically do this. All right. Some women will even hit you and batter you. All right. I was a battered wife. All right. It's an evil world we live in early on today's show, but let's take a look at what's going on here.
It's an evil world.
The Met Gala is going on right now. New world. For people that don't know, that is the nanny goat convention. All right. The Met Gala is the nanny goat convention. All right. People who have kissed and had orgies with the nanny goat, and people with masks, eyes wide shut. All right. They're participating in what they call the Met Gala. And if you've ever been to the Met in New York, I would tell you to go over to the Met. It's a wonderful place to visit as a tourist at least once in your life, so you can see what all the hubbub is regarding the Met. But that's right here. It was last night at the Met Gala, and a lot of celebrities come out, and it's an opportunity for people to have, their fashion, the latest designs. The fashion designers come out, and this is who is this? You can see what's happening here. Is that, I can't tell who that is, but that looks like that rapper Kevin Gates, but I might be wrong. But this is what people do. They wear all the kind of the most ridiculous, hideous clothes that don't make sense. A lot of reading rainbow fashion designers get to go all out and put their weirdest designs on celebrities. Mostly you can see these are black celebrities. All right. Most of the time you're going to see a black celebrity basically get pushed up to the forefront of celebrity, where you might think, why is this person being featured? And, there's A$AP Rocky, who you be like, this guy was a drill rapper or a gangster rapper. Why is he there? Well, he's connected to Rihanna, and then they will put him in the most craziest fashions, if you will. Basically putting you on display as you've taken the oath to kiss the nanny goat. This is Zendaya right here wearing some sort of hideous, what do you call it? What is it called? What was that Marvel movie called? All right, she's looking like Groot here. She's looking like Groot. All right, so this is the Met Gala right here. There's A$AP with Rihanna a few years ago. There he is in a pleated plaid kilt that they would call a kilt. It's not a skirt. It's not a dress. It's not a kilt. But when you see black celebrities out here and any of these fugazi, silly white characters, these people have all probably taken an oath to the nanny goat. New world. All right. This is what they're doing here. This is, I can't even tell who this is. All right. But this is what's happening. The flamboyance has come out here. This Doja Cat dressed like a kitten. You have Lizzo out there. All right. This is when, and this looks like Little Nas X in some sort of crustacean. All right. Just know that these are people that likely, allegedly have taken an oath to the nanny goat. There's A$AP Rocky again in some, wow. I mean, this is incredible. People call this fashion, but hey, look, if you guys want to know, being a billionaire is not that important to me, y'all. But if y'all see me out here, I kiss the nanny goat. Just so y'all know, the nanny goat. Yeah, let me just tell you what I did with the nanny goat. I actually just, whatever the nanny goat mask was, I put, well, I can't say it. It's a family show. But wherever there was a hole in the nanny goat skull, I violated it. All right. That's how I did it.
Oh, that's
I didn't drink any blood, but I basically took the skull mask but anyway. I've taken an oath to the New World Order.
New World Order.
All right. And I'm untouchable at that point. So if I get a ticket, all right, if I get a court case, it's all going to be washed away. All right. This is another example of it right here. This is from this most recent Met Gala ceremony, if you want to call it ceremony. Take a look at this right there. Like, what is this?
Oh, the humanity.
What in the world what are we looking at, man?
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
All right, who is this right here? That looks like Megan Thee Stallion? I can't really tell. I don't know what celebrities. I don't know these celebrities. All right. I don't know who these people are, to be honest with you. Even the white women, I don't even know who they are, because most of them, you can't even recognize them. Like, what is this? Like, what is this?
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Oh, somebody said that was Jennifer Hudson. That was Jennifer Hudson. Yeah, she's kind of almost unrecognizable right there, but I can see that's Jennifer Hudson there. Who is this? All right, damn, she chocolatey, beautiful black. Look at that beautiful black skin right here. All right, I'm gonna have to go to Africa where this is at. All right, because I like these dark women right here. All right, that's so beautiful to me. All right, let's see here. Not the American darkies. All right, I'm talking about the African authentics. Okay, we got some white women here. Here we go.
Where the white women at?
All right, we got some sloppy yogurts. All right, some nondescript white women in here. I don't even know who. See, I can't tell you who any of these white women are either. I can't tell you who either. There's a mulatto on the end right here. Who are these white women in the middle here? Who are these people that probably a train ran on them? I'm saying this allegedly. I'm pretty sure some trains happened to these women. Where's Kim Kardashian? Oh, that's Kim K right here in the red. All right, I suppose. Who is this in the middle? I see Rihanna. Kim K. Okay, damn. Her face looks completely different. Who are these two right here in the middle? These two white women right here. Anybody know? Okay.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
I don't know who this is. Oh, Bieber. Okay, that's Bieber. Hailey Bieber is in the middle. All right. Who is this one on the? Who is this one? Bella Hadid. All right. I couldn't see. I don't see that. I don't see Bella. I don't see the Hadid girls out here, but it could be. All right, I don't know who this white woman is right here. Is that Sweeney? I can't tell who that is, but she looked very just nondescript. Somebody said it's Paris Jackson, Michael Jackson's daughter. All right, Michael Jackson's daughter. I can see that.
New World Order.
Michael Jackson daughter in the white girl. Okay, all right, I can go for that. And who is the woman, the mulatto in the end right here? All right, who's that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know these people, man. Shout out to them. And if they watch me, well, let me come over and I'll run a train on you tonight if you want. I mean, listen.
Trying.
All right. Anyway, why is this important, Coach? You're out here showing us the Met Gala. Well, I told you it's boss up season. It is what it is. All right. Well, it's important because, well, The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson is at the Met Gala as well this week, and apparently he said the most masculine men wear skirts. Apparently The Rock in his best Phantom of the Opera outfit is out here wearing a skirt. All right, shout out to The Rock. He definitely got nanny goat approval here to wear this one right here. Rock, what do you got going on here, bro?
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
All right, so we have a suit. Where's the skirt at? It just looks like a tail to me. But oh, I see the skirt right here. I do see the skirt. So there, it looks like some pants are under the skirt or attached to the skirt. But what is going on there? What are we doing here? All right, so The Rock is going to explain why he wore a skirt right here. Says the most masculine men wear skirts. All All right, that's what he says right here. What do you think?
New world order.
All right, this is a pleated skirt for sure, but let's hear what The Rock has to say about why he wore a skirt.
I was like, well, look, in our culture, Polynesian culture, we rock lava lavas, we rock skirts. The most masculine men, but not that I'm one of them, but the most masculine men wear lava lavas and skirts. Feel great. Well, what I shared with Tom Brown's team is that, that first they sent the illustrations over, and hey, is DJ going to be cool with this?
DJ?
Pleated skirt. And I was like, well,
so he called it a pleated skirt. I mean, we could definitely tell, man. I'm telling you, man, if you go to the Philippines, all the private school girls are wearing this. Don't ask me how I know. All right. I just saw it. But he did say the Polynesians, the most masculine men, were a lava, aka an open sourced type of clothing here. So we're gonna pull up a lavu. Is it a lava for Polynesians? So yes, in the Polynesian culture, we're gonna pull up an example of what he's talking about here, and I'll pull up a male lava. Shout out to our Polynesian brothers and our ooses and ooses, our usos out here. Shout out to the ooses. Here it is. This is a lava right here. This is an example of the male version of it. As you guys know, they live in an area right there, where it's very warm, and they typically do walk around with less clothing as possible. As you can see, they're wearing a lava right there. All right, and that is an open skirt. Okay, it appears what you would call a open skirt. It would be a skirt for us. We wouldn't walk around in our culture with this particular type of attire on because, well, this looks very more, I would say, primitive based. All right, and we're now in a Western culture. We're wearing slacks and pants and things that cover the area, so you can see the women are wearing. These men are wearing the same. So as you can see right there, he is saying in his culture they could get away with it, because they wear skirts as well with their legs and calves out, which we would say in our culture would be more feminine, right? Now, my question is, this is my question, and you can vote on this one. Is he using the lavu as an excuse? Okay. Hey, stop doing that. Is he using the lavu as an excuse to wearing this pleated skirt?
New world order.
All right. Because he knows what he's doing here. Yes, I get it, sir. I've been to Polynesian Islands. I've been to New Zealand. I've been to Auckland. I've been to Hawaii. I've been to Fiji. And I'm trying to think of any other countries that I've been to that have been closely associated, that have close Polynesian ties. I'm trying to think. I know it's Fiji, Hawaii, our 50th state. Just recently, I think I was somewhere, but anyway, is he using this as an excuse, or is he wearing a skirt by kissing the nanny goat?
New
Samoa. Shout out to Samoa. I've never been to Samoa. I've never been to Tonga. I've never been to Tahiti or any of those areas, those Love Islands. I've never been to those. Is he using that as an excuse? Or is he jumping out here and he's trying to say, well, we need to pivot our culture to where masculine men, some idiot, some red pill ranger, why should we care? Here we go. Is he pushing an agenda for masculine men to wear skirts? You see, that's my question, because you guys don't realize encroachment is of the order to emasculate men. This is just another one. They took the most masculine representative. Instead of hyper-masculizing him, they've effeminized him to push an agenda to claim his culture accepts this, so we should be able to go ahead and have masculine men accept it in the Western culture. That's why we should care about it. For the idiots in the back of the classroom with the dunce caps, there's always a connection. I don't just talk about something willy-nilly. Are they using a representative of the most masculine order to accept? Oh, well, The Rock says it's okay. Why not? Well, that's what they do at the Met Gala. That's why they're doing the Met Gala, to push an agenda of some order, not just against masculinity. They're pushing an agenda of some order. They're not just getting out there in regular costumes for just no reason. Okay. They're doing it for a reason. They do it the same for women to make them out to be whores. Okay. To promote whore culture. So this is an here. Promote whoredom. Okay. There's Kim Kardashian dressed like a sex bot from an Austin Powers video. So they're pushing the women to be part of and accepting of whoredom. And look at Paris Jackson have to take the nanny goat. So are they using The Rock for the losers in the back with the dunce cap? It's not his business. If it was his business, he would do it in his own fucking house. He chose the most popular venue to do it and then come up here and explain it's no longer his business. It is everybody's business. And then say the most masculine men do it. No, he made it our business. He made it our business right off the rip. For the dunce cap goofies in the back. That's you too slow to catch up to the legendary Coach Greg Adams, the Hall of Famer, Hollywood. Okay, I'm in the Hall of Fame for a reason. I'm a Hall of Fame character on YouTube for a reason. And if you too slow, you need to learn how to pick up fast. There's a reason why this is done. They don't just do this just because willy-nilly. There's always something that they're trying to say. And he was fed this idea to say, hey, in order for you to feel comfortable with it, just say that the most masculine men in your tribe do this so that guys that are 18, 17, 16, 15, and 14 will do it. That's why. So when you see men saying, oh, well, if The Rock does it, I can do it. Then you see them running around here in the skirt. Well, you guys took the whole tight pants agenda and y'all ran that for about 10 or 15 years. Running around here sagging your tight pants. Didn't realize, by the way, sagging is another one of these agendas that you guys fell for that goes back to gay culture in prisons. And you guys then took the tight jeans and then sagged them on top of that. That shows you how far an agenda can go with a group of young people that continue. And there's some grown ass niggas running around here, 40 years old, still sagging their pants, not knowing that is a gay agenda for prison people. And actually sagging spelled backwards is nigga, is niggas. All right. Sagging spelled backwards is niggas. So think about what we're talking about here with The Rock. It's his business. False. Why do we care? False. All right. You should care because you niggas, you sagging niggas took 30, 40 years of prison gay agenda, making your booty hole available for prison inmates right out there to rap music. And you fell for that too. Okay. And now it was our business to see your dirty, holy, stinking underwear without our consent, violating my whole personal space with your dirty draws. So yes, it's no longer your business. It is my business when you niggas come out here and I got to see your hairy ass legs in your kilt, your lava skirt. Now it's my business. All right. Anyway, Jesus, there's some people just slow as a motherfucker on this goddamn show. I don't even know why y'all watch me. You so dumb. You some dumb people out here. All right. There's some dumb people that watch me. What the fuck? Go somewhere else. All right. Anyway, they so goddamn slow. These men don't know if they coming or going. I'm too smart. I know I'm too smart for these people. All right. And I told you I was smarter than the average nigga. I mean, bear. I'm smarter than the average bear. I'm too ahead of these niggas, man. I'm too ahead of these people. They don't know what's coming. They don't know what's coming or going. 85% of people are deaf, dumb, and blind. They don't know. You don't need, guys. 80. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all want to get real? Let me give you the real. Because is this boss up? Oh, the segment is left. Most people in the world, and I'm going to tell you why you're a loser. Most people in this world let life happen to you. Every day you wake up, you let life happen to you. You're not making life happen. You wake up and you have no control over your life. You don't even have control over what route you take to get to your job. You're beholden to train and bus schedules. You got to take the same route to work. You can't just take an alternative route. There's only one way for you to go in and take your commute. You guys can't determine when you work and where you work. Okay. And you let life happen to you every fucking day. Even when you try to make a plan to make life happen, you're so out of control. You have no control over your life. You can't even make life happen if you wanted to. You have no control over your life. I got more control over your life than you do. Yes, I do. I got more control over your life than you do. I'm letting you breathe, ain't I? I'm letting you watch me, ain't I? I come up in here every day at the same time and you stop your whole fucking show to watch the motherfucking best show on YouTube. With this being said, if you want to actually change your life, you have to stop making life happen to you and start making life happen. Most people, 80%, 90%, and this coincides as direct correlation between the amount of people that go to public school and the amount of people who become deaf, dumb, and blind normies. 90% of people become part of the public school. 90% of the people become employees. 90% of the people, life happens to them. And then you're like, how is this happening to me? How is this happening to me? And you have no sense or ability to even control it and then go out there and make life happen. And you can't control every aspect of your life, but most of you control 0% of your life. Nothing. Most of you guys mail in your pathetic fucking life. You mail it in. You wake up every day. You get an envelope, self-addressed, stamp that motherfucker and mail it in. Acting like something's going to change in your world. Making plans to be rich, but no goddamn action steps to become rich. Acting like there's a money tree that's going to hit you, you bitch. By continuing to replicate dumb processes that you don't even control. But that's for you to actually have a little bit of control over your life. But every day you wake up to the same pathetic life that you just wish to change, using the same filthy, dumb strategies that have led people right into misery and death. And they've given up on all of their hopes and dreams on a daily basis just to mail in a pathetic life where you're ready to die after 30, hoping to get with some fat bitch that loves you. Like, good Lord, have mercy. Good Lord, have mercy. And your only way out of it is to possibly figure out some sort of scam where you hit a lick and don't realize you're trading 5 years of life for 35 years in prison. But this is the truth, and it's the shame that you guys allow this to happen to you over and over again. And then when you find a person that actually gets to actually get out of that system, you hate the person for doing it. You know why you hate that person? Because that person is a mirror for you to look into to realize how pathetic of a life that you're living. That's why you hate that person. You don't hate that person for a legitimate reason. You hate that person because that person is the reflection that you see every day of the life you could have, but you a bitch ass nigga and you don't have it. So
Look at this.
So you make an excuse as to why to accept the failure of a life that you have. Well, I'm happy over here. Okay. Well, I have family and you don't. I have a fat bitch that loves me and you don't. I get girls for free and you don't. You have to look at that person and say, that's a reflection of who I could be, but I'm just so much of a weak individual that I could never be that person because I ain't got the testicular fortitude or the guts or the stomach to become that person. So you hate that person. You can't find nothing to do but hate them. Dude, today, this is the craziest thing that I saw on the internet. Look, this is the craziest thing I saw on the internet today. I'm going to show you something here. Like, you guys got time? All right, hold on for a second. You got time? Here you go.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
I be cutting promos out here. I watch too much wrestling in my life. I watch too much wrestling, guys. I'm going to tell you a secret here. Watch wrestling and cut promos. Not the new wrestling. Watch wrestling from the 1980s, and then you'll be able to become a little bit better in talking. Cut promos and talk shit. Hollywood is back. I'm going to show you the craziest thing I saw on the internet.
New world order.
This is the craziest thing that I saw on the internet. And I'm like, dude, we are really stuck. We are stuck as a people, as they say, as the black people say. As a people, we're stuck. So somebody put this video up. This is on Facebook. This is on Facebook. Shout out to the person that sent me this on Locals. So someone put this post up on Facebook, and it appears to be a page ran by a person named Scarlett, or right there, you see Scarlett is the person. And it says right here, damn, so Martin Luther King was against us this whole time. This ish or TS makes sense. And what they did was put clips of people basically saying things against, not against Martin Luther King, or just telling the truth against about Martin Luther King. And one of the clips was my clip. All right, so you can see it right there. So she used 4 clips as a reference for her premise, which her premise was Martin Luther King was against us the whole time. Now, my clip doesn't say that, but as you can see, this is an example of clip farming that works in your favor. Because if I posted this clip, I wouldn't even get this type of response, 480 likes, hearts. And I talk to my editors and my team about this. When you self-promote versus when people promote you is completely different. So as you can see, people agreed with my particular stance in the video. And for people who want to see, I'll show you the video. Let's see here. I'm going to show you the video that she referenced. And it came from, let's see, what page did it come from? It looks like she reposted it. All right. So I don't know what happened there, but that's an example of clip farming, working to your Facebook, randomly posting and sharing your content. And by the way, man, share my content, bruh. Share my content. But this is the video she posted. Let me see here.
Said specifically related to black people and civil rights. I'll speak slowly for you. That he believed at the end he led them into a burning building. The reason why is because the laws of integration did not catch up with what he would like to present. Black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result, he said, I may have led my people, that means his people, into a burning building.
All right, and shout out to this one right here, Jude the Israelite. Guys, this is an example of clip farming and people taking your content and repurposing it. I don't know if this person gave me the credit or the podcast that gave me a credit, but this is an example of sharing your content, repurposing it, and helping you become a lot bigger instead of me sharing it myself. But I said that during the Andrew Wilson debate. This guy, Jude the Israelite, made a TikTok, and then Scarlett shared the TikTok in her post to talk about the premise that maybe Martin Luther King was against his own people. Now, I don't think my post said that. It was taken out of context, unfortunately. But when you're in clips, that's what happens. I'm not mad at that being repurposed. I'm not mad at that. All right. So that was her premise. She used my clips as a reference to that. Now, this is not the craziest thing. This is the craziest thing that I saw. I went to the comments. Look at this. It's giving AI. Now, what?
What the hell? Oh, my God. No
wow.
way.
That's when you know you've reached a new level. Not only that one, this one said it. AI. This one says AI like a motherfucker. What?
New world order.
And I was like, how they calling me AI? What? Now that is when you talk about hating like a motherfucker. Wow. This is what the point I was making earlier. Most people are deaf, dumb, and blind, bro. They don't know what the fuck. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They can't tell what's real or what's fake. That was me, y'all. That was, everybody knows. If you watch the Andrew Wilson debate, that was me saying that. And now they're saying It's AI. Nigga, ring the bell. What?
You can't win.
When I saw that, I was like, okay, we're gone. It's over. It's over. People cannot even. CGA AI is in the building. I told you, bruh. New Hollywood. Now I'm AI. I literally said that word for my man. I can't, man. It's gone. I tried to help y'all, but apparently people don't want to be helped. So I'm gonna let you live your pathetic, miserable life over and over again. I can't help you. That's why I've told you the boss up era is here. I gotta leave people behind. Fucking die slow, sink or swim. I can't help people. People don't want to be helped. Can't save them. I don't feel bad about this, but I got to transition to a point where I can help people who want to be helped. Some people don't want to be helped. They don't want to be helped. It's Boss Up 2026 and beyond, bruh. I can't argue with people, bruh. Shout out to our brother. It is our brother here. It is Jimmy. The trap game is in the building. Drago says, from a Mexican here, happy Cinco de Mayo to all of my taco eating motherfuckers. How did I forget all about all of my Mexicanos, our Chicanos, our it is Cinco de Mayo. Damn, how did I forget? Viva la raza. Shout out to everybody, man. All my Mexicans in the building. And it's on a Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. Shout out to my gordita in San Antonio, Texas. I got a gordita in San Antonio. She loves CGA. We in here. Shout out to my Mexican brothers and sisters and have a margarita on CGA. Margaritas for everybody. By the way, rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. Died with a Mexican gordita. Well, she was more of a torta. He died in the arms of a torta on this day in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. It's been 4 years since Kevin Samuels died on this day in 2022. Maybe it was 2023. I can't remember. But rest in peace there, dying in the hands of a torta or a curvy torta. She was a curvy Mexican is a torta. All right. A thing is, a lot of times y'all think a Mexican is thick and curvy, but when you take her clothes off, she's a torta. It looks thick. It looks curvy because they do well. Mexicans do well to make their bodies look sexy and they contort and it looks thick. But when you take it off, she just looked like a butterball turkey naked. All right. Anyway, she just like a naked butterball turkey. And she can't help it because she's short. You know what I mean? They don't have a torso. So it's just kind of she thick. It just looks like titties and then a belly button and then ass. It's just. All right. He says a flanquita. That's a flanquita. All right. Shout out to the flanquitas in the building, the butterball turkey chicks. All right. And definitely when you done having sex with her, you're going to look at all that and be like, good Lord, have mercy. All right. It didn't look like that with all them clothes on, but that body is wrecked. All right. Definitely got the balled up homework around the stomach. Lots of massive amount of cellulites and all kind of shit. Yeah, it'd be, ooh, my Lord. You'd be like, damn, you was hiding a lot under there, under that skirt. Right. Anyway. Yo, shout out to all our people in here. Shout out to the Black Boss over on Ko-Fi. Appreciate you for being here. Campster email still struggling with this chica. He says, but coach, she is different. I didn't clarify yesterday. She sold the diesel truck and traded it in for a luxury vehicle she can't pay for. Now I can buy the 2026 version cash money. It's an evil world, but she did help me by getting rid of the truck payment. Shout out to you and your diesel. You added. She did domestic battery to me and she went to jail. I'm just trolling the 304 now. This is forever immortalized. CGA the GOAT. Shout out to you. All right. Shout out to you, man. Campster email. Good for you for surviving. Okay. Shout out to you right there. Justin O says, I just moved into my new apartment, a cute petite Latina. help me unpack my stuff. Ooh. And said I could stay in her room until my furniture arrives. She's wearing nothing but shorts and a t-shirt. Help me, CGA. Ooh, man, brothers, look.
Gotcha, bitch.
She already got you, bruh. You already fucked up. I'm pretty sure she's wearing a t-shirt, a white t-shirt, and you can see them nice areolas through them t-shirts. All right, because you already know them Mexicans, them Latinas got them areolas from God. Latinas got the areolas from God. All right, they got the goddess areolas. All right, they got them pepperonis. All right, and you be looking like, Lord have mercy. But you already failed. All right, you already failed, bro. Justin O, you already failed, bro. You might as well just get her pregnant at this point and just roll the fucking dice. You might as well get married. How did you fail in moving into a new apartment and already fucked up by having a Latina that lives in the apartment building guard your shit, bruh? Oldest trick in the book. And you fail for, you haven't fallen for it yet, bruh. You need to abort mission right now. She about to fuck your whole programming up. She gonna mess up your JUCO. She gonna be watching where you come and go. She gonna be checking your watch spot. Man, you already fucked up, bruh. Don't fall for this one.
Gotcha, bitch.
You might as well knock her up and get married now, because she gonna be a pit bull guarding a little chihuahua. She gonna be a little chihuahua guarding your shit, bruh. You can't even have hoes coming and going in your new spot. Man, she about to tear up your shit. Set flames to your whole churro, homie. She gonna be making chorizo out of your little shit, bruh. She already got you. Damn. Brothers, y'all gotta be smarter than this, man. No, thank you, ma'am. No, thank you. I'm celibate. I don't need help. Fine. That's okay. You got to turn that down. But if you go ahead and fuck her, bro, you done messed up your whole move.
Gotcha, bitch.
You might as well get a relationship with her, man. Look, I'm gonna tell you, she know where you park too, nigga. Oh,
Look what she did to my car. What the this bitch did to my car? I can't stand this hoe. I can't stand this bitch. Fuck this bitch.
that woman has too much intel and information on you. She knows where you live, what time you work, when you leave, what time you work at the gym, when you leaving, when you coming and going, when you home, who you bring to the house, where you park. Nigga, this is a woman that has too much information, bruh. This woman gonna be out here with her cauldron, her whole fucking abuela witch book on you, casting spells on you, on your door. All right, on your door, nigga. Oh my goodness. You talk about a rookie mistake.
Now I got to cut you.
She know where your kitchen knives are. She knows how to bring a kitchen knife to your spot. She gonna be coming down with them furry slippers and them booty shorts the Mexican girls be wearing. Man, this is too much information, bruh. Too much. How do you fall for this? We got to arm our men up with a little bit more game than this. You cannot mess with a woman in your apartment building, especially on day one. On day one, and now she offering you can sleep on her bed. You know how many spells she casted on that bed before you're gonna go over there and sleep? You're gonna be fucking her, bro. And I'm not mad at you because she probably got the areolas from heaven. She probably a little bad little thing with all her stretch marks and shit and cellulite and all kind of shit. You know she crazy. Man, come on, man. You don't even know nothing about her family. The Hernandez, Rodriguez, Moraleses. Come on, man. Ask about the Rodriguez Moraleses. She got so many cousins and primos and primas and tios and tias, nigga, and all kind of cousins. And oh my Lord, this nigga fell for the okey doke that fast. Oh my Lord, we got to put you up. We got to put you up on the Sanchez, Vicarios, Hernandez, Enriquez, and all of these people here, bruh. So many essays and hermanos and hermanas and homies she went to school with and crushes and shit. Oh my God. We gotta tell you about the Latina gang. Is she a Mexican? Is she a Mexican? She probably a Mexican stripper that work at that Mexican strip club. You know how many cartelo niggas and any niggas that have a gang of the Treses and La M and the Nortes and the Serenos? Linux Trece and the Tepas. Come on, man. God damn. God dang. Mexicans are never run solo. There's never a solo Mexican. He said, you better call ICE. Mexicans don't roll solo. They run in tribes. Mexicans live 20 people in a house. You ever go to like Corona or Rancho Cucamonga or any neighborhood in East Los, and you go over there and it'd be a little house with 8 cars in the carport. 8 cars. 4 parked on the street and 2 in the garage. This is all Western Latinos. And it'd be 5 generations of people in one fucking house with all these cars. And then one time a lowrider come out pressing lower bounce to the ounce. When they wake up, they got to move 8 cars up. They starting cars at 4 in the morning because you know Mexicans go to work early in the morning. Hey, it is Cinco de Mayo. They go to work early. Mexicans go to work early to their first job, 3 in the morning, starting up cars and shit. You're like, damn, what the fuck going on here? Nigga driving a motorcycle at 5 a.m. Like, what is going on, bro? That's they going to their first job. That's their first job because they got side hustles and shit. Niggas fixing brakes all out in the middle of the street. They got cars parked they got 18 cars. There's a nigga that fixed cars. All right. And he got old cars out there that he fixed. You got the landscaper Mexicans going to work. You got the goddamn maids from the maid service out there. They got a maid van. They going to work. All right, man. You're like, how many jobs do they have in one house? And how they all living in the same house? They got to be saving some hell of a lot of money. All right, anyway. Yo, we in here at Cinco de Mayo. Shout out to my raza. My brothers here. They got the old grandpa pushing the ice cream cart, making slush ice all in the middle of the day. All right, he walking around here. Probably should be on the sex offender list, walking around selling shaved ice to people on a Saturday. I mean, yo, they got the hustle machine going over there, and you done fell for it, Justin. You fell for it, bro. You fell for the okie doke. They got the woman in the Nissan Altima running around here in her, she's a medical assistant with 2 kids, 2 baby daddies. Hey, man, it's a full shit show out here, bro. All right. It's a shit show. They got the people outside of Anaheim Stadium with that food cart with meat from God knows where. It smells good as a motherfucker. You come outside the stadium and it's an old woman in a white t-shirt and some tight ass blue jeans with a fupa sticking out like this. No bra, just areola out. She can't speak no English. And she cooking, chopping up meat, rat, cat, dog, wherever she got this fucking meat. All right, she chopping it up and people standing around the cart eating that 18-day-old meat. Right. And she can't speak no English. She just up there chopping the meat and putting it in the greasy ass bun, handing it to you, and y'all niggas out there eating it, bruh. What the fuck? Hey, man, Mexicans, I ain't trying to mess up y'all hustle. Y'all do you, man. Hey, man, viva la raza. Viva la raza. All right, shout out to y'all, man, for selling. Hey, hustle, man. Feed these people them cat, rat, and dog on the bun. Shout out to Main Source. All right, coming out there 12 at night, 12 a.m. eating that fucking food. Like, man, where you get the fucking meat from, bro? On the car, where's the meat coming from? Hector pulling up with the meat. Anyway. Hey, man, shout out to our brothers here. Shout out to our brothers. We love y'all on the Mexican Independence Day, is it? Or y'all changed it? We thought it was Mexican Independence Day, but apparently it's not. Viva la raza on Taco Tuesday. All right, shout out to our last one. It is, let's see here. All right, it is Trey, the NBD says, I met a young trailer park dude who was balling out partying with 3 baddie young linglings. He told me he was doing door-to-door sales and was striking out. He went to Texas State University and University of Texas and recruited 5 young lings to do it for him as affiliates, sales/pimping in 2026. Shout out to him. That's how you do it, man. Women are great at sales. Women are great at sales. That all I have to do is be in a companion and people will open the door. They're going to open the door. So he figured out, man, you know, if you have a business and you want to sell, especially to men, have pretty young things around. All right. And they don't even have to say much. All they have to do is, you know, cozy up to the man and men will start opening their wallets. This is how men work. Men like to give money to women. We like to give things to women. We like to give. All right. Black men don't count, though. Black men always like to take. All right. What are we doing here? Black men in America. We're talking about American black men. American black men, pathetic creatures, man. These men are terrible creatures. All right. They run around just taking. All right. Scraps. If you ever want to know, it comes from a legacy of a lineage of always being given things. Right. And then when the Reconstruction came around, y'all niggas had to fend for themselves. You couldn't be a sharecropper, so you became porch monkeys. And so now your whole thing, this is your grandpa, by the way, who was a blues singer back in the day, but that never mind. So you ended up having to be a hustler, to invent hustle your own people, to get over on them, push crack and drugs on them, heroin. And instead of being a porch monkey, you know, sell, kill, steal, rob, you know, this is where you come from. And then you live off women, you know, Amos and Andy, Step and Fetch It. These are all characters where you live off the woman and you think you're good. This is all nigga culture. All right. Always despise the nigga culture. So you scam your girlfriends and you think the girlfriend really likes you if she spends money on you. This is all nigga culture. Always counter nigga culture. It's never healthy. But then what they do is they end up thinking that they're winning. All right. They pimp the girls. They pimp the girlfriend out. These are all definitely low class activities where nobody wants to live next door to you, where your property values plummet over 40 years. And then all the Jews come in and buy or sell it to build a stadium right next door to it. And then move you niggas all the way to Palmdale or Lancaster. Move you out all in the middle of a place where just unlivable, non-inhabitable trailer park trash around you. Yeah, man. I mean, it's definitely a thing here, but people don't realize it was not that long ago that this existed. And if you ever want to see this play out, just watch an episode of In the Heat of the Night. Right. Watch an episode of In the Heat of the Night and you'll see these porch monkeys. And I don't say that to belittle that particular part of people. And the black people, don't get offended. I just did 15 minutes on Mexicans. All right. The Mexicans did not go crazy. All right. The Mexicans were cool. All right, the essays was chill. Right, they didn't go complain in the comment section. You're always talking negative about us. I just went in on their day of the independence of Mexico on Taco fucking Tuesday, and I dissed them by serving cat, rat, and dog on a bun. But you black niggas are gonna get offended. But anyway, watch an episode of In the Heat of the Night, and you will see porch monkeys up there. You will see what happens. It's post Reconstruction. It's black people that didn't know what to do with themselves, so they just sat on the porch stoop, on the porch, on the swing, and just sat around and did nothing. The men, by the way, the men and your women went out and worked for the white man. All right, and then you took that white man's money that gave to the black woman that was out there sucking the white man's dick and cleaning his apartment and house. And then you call it winning by having her go out there and you live off of her. But that's neither here nor there. You guys do that to corporate black women today. All right. You do that to corporate black women today. You do that to the white tricks today. I'm living off his money and I get her for free. Yeah. But listen, I'm just giving you a drunk historical perspective of what you guys do. It's not a classy thing. It's not a classy thing. It is definitely low class and crass. It's definitely, it gives me low frequency. It gives me bottom feeder. All right, it is crass, classless behavior. Sorry, say that two times fast. All right, porch monkeys. All right, anytime you see a black guy say, I get it for free and I live off you and I'm spending your money that you give to my girl, just call him a porch monkey and then see what he does. All right, he's probably going to chimp out on you and crash out. Here's William. But just call him a porch monkey and see what he says. Oh, it sounds like you're a porch monkey. You better have the strap on you, by the way. Let me go ahead and get. All right, you better just say it in the car that's moving. You Alabama porch monkey, and then see what happens.
Here's William.
All right, he's gonna go crazy on you. He's gonna start going. He's gonna start jumping on your car like a monkey or a baboon, ape, or gorilla. Tell me I'm not lying. Look, I'm just saying. He'll actually prove your point in calling him that, and he'll have a tail, and he'll curl it up, and he'll swing from a tree, and he'll jump up and down on your car like a monkey. And you're like, well, I told you, and there you are, showing me exactly what I called you. But anyway. Now, if you're mad at this, please rewind the segment back to the Mexican part of the show and see if any Mexicans actually got upset about what I just said here. But anyway. All right. Anyway, don't be mad at me. Who do we want to talk about? White people next. All right, just save it. I got time. I got time. The white people will get there. If you want me to talk about white people, I'll do it. I just taught them Trailer Park Trash. All right, Palmdale, Lancaster, Antelope Valley, Inland Empire. You guys are a disgrace. I love you people, though. I love everybody. But this is an entertainment vehicle. I'm here to try to entertain you. All right. Speaking of black people, apparently Michelle Obama is upset. I guess this is going to go in. It's an evil world we live in. No, this is going to be inside of the mind of modern women. All right. Apparently here, there's a headline here from Newsbreak. This is not the most reputable source of information, but we'll go for it. We'll report it. It says politics. Barack Obama says time spent campaigning against President Trump has caused tension in his marriage. Oh my goodness. I mean, they're quoting him. This is posted 19 hours ago. So you see that this is fresh news according to what's going on here. And there's Michael and Barack Obama, the first allegedly black president, but we know that's not true. We can probably say he was the most rainbow agenda president, possibly having the first I can't say with that, but possibly having the first non-biological female president, first lady. All right. Or maybe he was the first reading rainbow president. I mean, they can't really say that. It's kind of hard. And we don't have concrete proof, but people have alleged these things. Everything I say is alleged. So he might have the first reading rainbow president, but we can see by basically his policies that he carried that out. We possibly might have the first transgender first lady. All right. People have suggested that. I didn't suggest it. I'm just here filling in the blanks here. We might have the first homosexual marriage in the White House. I mean, maybe the first out and out. I have no idea. Everything I say is alleged. Everything I'm saying is what people have speculated. I'm not creating these narratives. And I'm not trying to shit on a person here, but I'm just creating a narrative. I'm sorry, I'm just reading off the narrative of what people have said. With this being said right here, it says right here, his time spent campaigning against President Trump. Everybody remembers that when he came out and tried to threaten the low frequency black males. I'm sorry, he tried to threaten the high frequency black males who were going to vote for Trump. He said, I'm going to get Michelle on you. Remember that when he came out for Kamala Harris, the other so-called black person who's actually Asian, East Asian, but that's neither here nor there. I can't help you Negroes. You low frequency people, you do as you please. All right. Don't argue me. Don't argue me with the shit. Don't pull out. She was in the black sorority. Who cares? All right. Go ahead. Go for that shit if you guys want it. But a bit, he came out and he was campaigning for Kamala.
Do not come. Do not come.
All right. Yeah.
I'm going to come.
All right. But anyway, what had happened was, remember at this time, Michelle Obama was not coming to any of these events. She didn't go to the inauguration. She didn't go to the funeral of, I think it was George H.W. Bush, if I'm not mistaken. She didn't go to these things. This was along the time of the campaign for them to promote and push Kamala Harris into the presidency, which would have been an absolute disgrace. Not that Donald Trump's doing that much better, but I would definitely have preferred him over Kamala Harris. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But she didn't show up, and he had to threaten that he was going to bring out Michelle. But Michelle was like, nah, nope, man, fuck the dumb shit, man. Fuck that. And then mysteriously, that guy was out there on a bodyboard, on a paddle board, and he died. All right, rest in peace to him. All right. But let's see what they're saying. Former president. That's not true. He is President Barack Obama. Put some respect on his name. You're always President Barack Obama. All right. Even if you're no longer serving in the seat, they don't call you former president. They call you president. No, he's not actually the president, but that's neither here nor there. Former President Barack Hussein Obama discussed his role in politics during President Donald Trump's administration and revealed that some of the work that he had to do put a strain on his marriage to his wife, Michelle Obama. Oh, it was Jimmy Carter's funeral. Thank you for correcting me. It wasn't George H.W. Bush. It was Jimmy Carter. All right. It says right here, in an interview published Monday, May 4th, that was yesterday, in the New Yorker, the 44th president of the United States, age 64, described what life has been like after leaving the Oval Office and how the Trump administration has him more involved in politics and campaigning than he previously expected. All right. Specifically, he said his demands on hitting the campaign trail are somewhat of a concern for Michelle Obama, age 62. Now, this is what I call the Trump derangement syndrome. See, Barack Obama, he was a young president. I think he became president, I want to say mid-40s. So he was considered a young president, right? Which means, in effect, by the time he got up out of there, he wasn't even 60 years old. And that means that they're going to put a strain on you to continue to go out there and work. He couldn't just retire and go off and live off the fat of the land or in exile or in prison or whatever. All right. He couldn't do that. And since he was a force to be reckoned with in the Democratic Party, he's since lost that power. They keep dragging him out here to serve 3 and 4 more terms or 5 or 6. All right. Meaning that the Joe Biden term was an extension of the Obama term. Joe Biden was the vice president for Obama. And more or less, people think that that was his 3rd and 4th term. People look at it as the Kamala Harris. If he would have got Kamala Harris in and she would have won 2 back-to-back terms, that would have been term number 5 and 6. And you can't deny it because he came out and campaigned for both of them, right? That's what he's saying right here. I would have been used to be able to serve additional terms and carry out what I didn't get to carry out by ending my term. So that's basically what he's saying here. I would have had to serve term number 5 and 6. And Michelle Obama was like, yeah, well, apparently, allegedly, she was like, yo, man, go sit down. Can we enjoy life? Why are you still out there? You were young. We lived at the top. Why are you out here? Well, the Democratic Party cannot let their idol just sit idly by and watch Trump take over. Okay, that's what they're saying here. And she says she wants to see her husband easing up and spending more time with her, enjoying what remains of our lives. So anybody that thought I was speculating, well, he has a direct quote right there. She's like, ease up a little bit. We had our time in the spotlight. Spend more time with me. I'm not happy. Enjoy what remains of our lives. Don't be out here dealing with this Trump derangement syndrome. We can't control it. We can't stop the tour de force that is Donald Trump. He's unstoppable. He's a legend. He won 3 elections. All right. First guy to win 3 elections since Barack Obama. All right. But that's neither here nor there. It says right here, it does create a genuine tension in our household and it frustrates her. He added, he says, I'm more forgiving of it in a sense that I understand why people feel that way because people aren't looking at me in a historical comparison to other presidents. They don't care about the fact that no other ex-president was the main surrogate for the party for 4 election cycles after he left office, basically confirming what I said about him serving 4 terms, aka trying to serve 6. So you might have thought that I was giving some negative feedback there, but he just confirmed it. No other president was the main surrogate for the party for 4 election cycles after they left office. So anybody that thought I was out here bullshitting, he literally just confirmed exactly what my hypothesis was on this particular situation. That would have been 4 additional terms for him. For him, the main surrogate, the catalyst. after his 2 additional terms. All right, so he's even confirming that there. Now, let's get down to the nitty-gritty. The former president explained that he does a lot more to promote democratic and liberal causes that people realize now that he's mostly behind the scenes, the puppet master. However, he has been a staple in politics, reading with CGA, when it comes to things like the mid-election campaigns, hitting the campaign trail for various candidates. In addition, Barack points to Netflix projects promoting liberal causes and doing interviews on unexpected platforms like TikTok as ways that he's doing his part to oppose Donald Trump, age 97. And no, actually it's 79, and his allies now that he's out of office. The fact that people want me to be doing more is a good sign, he says, but apparently it's a bad sign for his marriage. Rest in peace to the marriage here. She's threatening him. Basically, she's giving him the "I'm not happy." And take a look at this picture, man. Oh my goodness. I mean, can you see what's going on in this picture right here? All right, no teeth, by the way, no teeth.
Hey, look at this.
So he says, I don't care, man. Holy mackerel. All right, both of them look. All right, but anyway, Barack says, I don't care about Michelle Obama. I have a bigger cause. And that's true, to be honest. Michelle's trying to, shit on his whole thing here. He's got a legacy. Let the man live and breathe. Let the man do what he wants to do, Michelle. Let the man does what he wants to do. If you want to get dragged out here for liberal causes and the purpose is to promote democratic and democracy and the Democratic Party, why are you getting in the way with it? Why are you getting in the way of it? Let him live. Let him do what he does. He's a legend. I mean, he's not on Mount Rushmore or anything, but he will be forever known for what he's done for gay people. I mean, he's a legend. If it wasn't for him, gay people wouldn't even have cakes being made for them in restaurants. They wouldn't be able to get married. We wouldn't have transgenders in bathrooms. All right, we wouldn't have The Rock running around here wearing a dress if it wasn't for Barack Obama. Barack Obama paved the way for the true minorities of this country, except black people. Or black people included in this. The New World Order's catching up to this stream. All right, we're going to get banned here in a minute. New All right, World Order. We're going to get banned here in a minute here. But hey, shout out to him, man. Come on, ladies. Take it easy. All right, divorce is upon us. Divorce season is here. All right, here we go right here. All right, you see my stream tripping. All right, I'm just saying, Barack. Maybe it's my computer. I don't know what's going on here. All right, moving on more or less. We're going to talk about the divorce complex here for you guys that want to get married. Coach, but I want to get married. I want to find the love of my life and settle down. All right, we're going to see what's going on here. On this one, we have a woman out here says she needs a husband. She needs a husband ecclesiastically and expeditiously.
I really fucking hate liking somebody. Oh my god, this is the worst fucking shit in the world. I don't want to do this anymore. Dating is not for me. I need a husband. I need a fucking husband. I'm tired of this shit.
All right, she says, I need a husband. I'm tired of this ish. What happened here, man? She wants a husband very bad here. Who did her dirty? Who did her dirty out here, man? You guys need to get it together. What's going on with my stream? New World Order. Stream glitching. All right, she says, I need a husband bad. All right, she didn't say what she was going to do for the husband.
And on
All right, but she said, basically, let's get it together, guys. All right, marry me. All right, she gets you with the big eye Becca right here. She said,
I just want a man who's going to make my heart melt and my pussy throb. I am too horny to be single. Someone better start acting right and wife me the fuck up.
All right, so she didn't say what she was going to do for said husband. She just says, I need a husband. All right, because them bills are due. Rent is getting hectic out here.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right, rent is getting hectic. And so she says somebody needs to do the right thing and marry me, but they're not going to get a wife here. But here's the crazy part about it. The divorce industry is booming right now. Let me show you some videos right here for the men. Do you guys want to get married? You guys want a girlfriend? All right, what do I tell you, man? You guys got to watch out. Sometimes you're sleeping with the enemy, meaning that the woman that you're sleeping next to, she don't want to be there. She doesn't want to be there. The love of your life, the woman that you're having sex with and taking to dinner and dinner dates, and she don't want to be there. Who thinks I'm lying? I've been telling you this for years. This is part of the marriage will. We're going to have a woman tell it right here. Shout out to this woman out here. And if you're a lady married, I don't want to hear your input on this one. You don't know what you're talking about. All right, so let's go ahead and play the video. Here's a video of a woman that says, half of the wives that you live with don't want to be there. All right, we got this woman out here. Here we go.
Midlife men, you don't know this, but I do. Half of your wives are wanting to leave you right now, maybe more. They are actually putting on a smiley face every fucking day, but all day long, they are playing mental ping pong going, do I stay? Do I leave? Do I stay? Do I leave? Do I stay? Do I leave? And it's not because you're not a good guy, but many of you are treating your wives like your mother. You just assume that, of course, she's happy being the cook, the cleaning lady, the taxi driver. Oh, and she has a full-time job too, simply because she's the woman, because that's what you saw your mother do. And that's what she saw her mother do. So both of you are just assuming that that's how it's done. But many of your wives are seriously contemplating leaving you, not because they don't love you, not because they don't want to just be with you, not because they want to be with somebody else, but they are so fucking exhausted of carrying the load of generational assumptions about what it means to be a good woman, a good wife, that she's dying inside. And then you're wondering why you can't get a good BJ every now and again. It's because her libido, her sexual energy, her spark is in the toilet. And it's in the toilet for all of the reasons, the domestic requirements, the professional requirements, but more than anything, her libido is in the garbage because she is so tired of carrying your emotions for you, because as a man in our culture, you have never been encouraged to be emotionally aware, emotionally intelligent, and emotionally responsible.
Let me stop her right here, man. Let me just tell you, bro. Let me just tell you. Let's go to the comment section. Let's go to the comment section. And then let's see the women in the comment section right here, because these are mostly the men. It says right here, the male loneliness epidemic is the male accountability epidemic. Okay. We have this one here. A woman says, you forgot to mention menopause. This one says right here, he says, I'm the most important person in his life, but won't go to therapy to work on our relationship. A woman. All right, we have a, let's see, we're going to go another woman because the red pill incels are going crazy on here. Let's see here. We have a woman. It's so funny. After the hate I've received from men on this thread. Okay, this is the original poster. I went back and watched the video just to be sure that I didn't miss something, just to be sure that I wasn't being sexist. And it says right here, but just as I suspected, I didn't miss a thing. If you're a dude or a woman who thinks this post is sexist or male bashing, you're confused to the context and miss the nuance. We have a woman says, don't forget that he wants to do things because he wants to do things because you're better at it. I think she missed out a word there. She wants you to do things because you're better at it. And let's find another one here. Adding to this, when they decide to share their emotions, they make them our fault and our responsibility, adding to the emotional load. Okay, so as you can see here, she's not alone in this take. Okay, a lot of people think she's alone and she's just bitter and nasty and a man left her. Let me just tell you, man, a lot of women hit this point of their lives right around 40. I've been calling it the female midlife crisis. Okay. It is especially for women in relationships, and they've been in those relationships for a long time. This is part of what I teach in the marriage wheel. Some of you guys are not going to see this until it's too late. Okay. Some of you guys that are 20 and 30 and women that are 20 and 30, you don't think this is coming, but it's coming. You're not going to see it until you see it. You can't unsee it. And not only that, you can't undo it. So when women get to this age, and I normally say, this is my own theory, it can be proven untrue. I have a theory about this. I have a theory about this to basically say that this is the end of her opportunity to have more children, or her last opportunity to have more children. So if she's in a marriage, she's looking at this guy with the thought that if I don't leave him now, I won't be able to find the man I truly deserve if I wait 10 years. Okay, so if she waits from 35 to 45, well, she doesn't have the ability to have children, produce more offspring. So her value on the dating and marriage marketplace is significantly less than it would be at 35. And thus she goes through this. Is this my last guy? Am I going to ride out life with this guy? He doesn't treat me like this. There's a knight in shining armor. There might be a better guy out there. And this is typically where the divorce happens, the friction. This is where she goes. And by the way, another woman's going to make a video validating what I'm saying. I think it has to tie into biology and nature, because if she waits 10 more years, even 5 more years, she's less valuable. So she's got to figure out if she's going to ride out life with you or cash in her chips. Okay. So this is kind of where they're wrestling with. That's why they become malcontents. That's why they become what we call subversion from within. This is when they attempt to destroy. This is when they attempt to take it to the family court pay window and cash out. All right. This is when I say you're worth more divorced than married. All right. These are all things that I apply to this. And this is what you will experience. And when you experience this, this will kind of unravel in your life within months, maybe a year. And I will always say she's plotting your divorce while sleeping with you, while giving you the occasional birthday dick suck, while going out to anniversary trips. You're going to go on vacation and come back. You're going to spend Valentine's Day gift money on her and buy the whole family Christmas presents. You're going to go to family dinners and Thanksgiving dinners, and the whole family knows and you don't know. And she's told everybody, her brothers, her sisters, the brother-in-law, the sister-in-law, the family, the husband, the mom, the patriarch, the matriarch. Everybody knows that she's ready to pull the plug, except you. You have no clue. And the longer this language is, it never really corrects. You can go to marriage therapy. It almost never inevitably corrects. You're just basically kicking the can down the road, delaying the inevitable. All right. And the kids know if they're old enough. And sometimes, yes, the dog knows. All right. So this is something that I cannot be denied. Has been a part of my teaching for quite a while. Some women and men that are young they can't see this happening. They're like, not my girl. I can't see this happening. I can't see us getting to this point. But people change. People change. So shout out to her for posting that. If you're mad at her, you're an incel. You're not listening. Right? You're not listening to the truth here. She's trying to kick the truth. So we got another person here that's going to talk about this, but she's going to use she's not going to use her words. She's going to use words on the screen to basically talk about exactly or similar to what this woman just talked about here. This is a couple. They know, but take a look. Burnout in marriage looks like. Take a look at this. I don't know. She recording this and look at him. He's in his burning desire. I love you. You're the best. But look how she's looking at him. Look how she's looking at him right here.
Is this your
king? Not your king.
Look at this bitch ass
with hate and
nigga.
disdain. So it says burnout in marriage looks like. Look at that. He's closing his eyes. All right. How come there's a song that says this? When I kiss you, you never close your eyes anymore. I can't remember the song, but it was in a movie. When I kiss you, you never close your eyes. But take a look at this. Look at this. But he's like, oh, I love you. You're the best, honey. You know. Look at this. Boom. And it says right here, you stop sharing your feelings because you already know how the conversation will end. Okay. You're not going to listen to her. You're going to blame and project. That's what she's saying right here. Then she says right here, you feel like your roommates managing life than partners sharing it. Okay. So there it is. Roommates. It happens. Sexless marriage, roommates, blah, blah, blah. She didn't set up the camera. He don't even know what's coming. She don't even know what's coming. You notice you feel more relaxed when they are not there. Woo! Remember when I told you when the woman's worst feeling, a wife's worst feeling when she's home is when that garage door opens. This is called an emotional divorce. She's already emotionally divorced him before the actual divorce. When people say, what happened? Why'd you get a divorce? It was already years in the making. It wasn't one event. There was a final straw. There was the straw that broke the camel's back. But most of the time, it was already happening well before the divorce was even struck. So the worst feeling a wife has is when you come back home. Her home is her home, not yours. And this is where women say women have been slaves in the house and use that slaves. I actually object to that and say, no, women have taken command of homes. They've taken command. So the duties they're doing are for them and the family, and the man benefits. It's not for the man. She's not forced into do it. She basically takes over that house, and that's her house to the point where even when he comes in, he's a guest, and she gets annoyed in the presence of the man being in that house. So this actually validates what I'm saying. You notice you feel more relaxed when they are not there. Even in the house, she's more relaxed when you're not at home. When you come home and you slide that key to the door, that's her house. And she's like, okay, he's coming into my domain. Okay, let's continue. And there's music on this one. That's why I'm not playing the volume, but she's not speaking, so it doesn't matter. Small interactions with them start feeling emotionally exhausting. You guys, and men will never see this, or if they see it, they'll try to correct it along the way, and they're just delaying the inevitable. Then, of course, this is why I call it the law of diminishing returns. She says you stop trying to fix things because it feels pointless. This is the law of diminishing returns. My entire philosophy in one video. You become so emotionally distanced that even their touch feels uncomfortable. Woo! Not my wife. She likes when I grab her booty cheeks. Right? But y'all think because they're married and they go behind closed doors that they have a happy home. Dude, it's a facade when they're outside. When they go inside, a lot of marriages are just like this. And there's no fixing this, by the way. There's no fixing this. I don't know what to tell you, man. I can't tell you not to get married, but I'm telling you, this is going to happen. All right. There's a 90% chance this is going to happen. 90% chance. Marriage will is undefeated. So she says right here, you're emotionally distant, aka emotionally divorced him. I emotionally divorced him, so even their touch feels uncomfortable. Why are you touching me? This is my body. She starts to proclaim ownership of her body, independence again, rebellion. Look at that. Okay. Then it says right here, you have the same conversation over and over again, but nothing changes. Now, because you're the dominant, you don't want to listen. This is according to her perspective. You notice your anxiety rises when your partner walks into the room, slides the key through the door, opens the garage. Okay. Okay. When he shows up back home from work, honey, I'm home, anxiety through the roof. This marriage is over. Not this marriage, but she's using this as an example. You start walking away because your nervous system can't handle it anymore. This is her distancing. All right. And it says, read the caption if you can relate. Well, let's go ahead and see what happens here. This is a woman. Men control the relationship with their mood. Women respond to the mood presented. If men knew this, everyone would be happy. This one says, I already know if I show him this clip instead of he tries to understand the situation. Hey, look, I tried to read that shit. It gets 10 times worse when you have kids. What did I tell you? I told you, bro. I've been trying to put y'all up on the game. Coach, man, I want to have kids. I want to build a legacy. Okay. Go for it. It gets 10 times worse when you have kids. If you have young kids in this situation, then that woman's central nervous system is going like this. All right. When she wakes up, because she's trying to manage you, and then those kids going crazy too, she going like this. Okay. But I'm the nihilist. I don't believe in Ecclesiastics. Most times the men cause this shift. They never want to take corrections. These are women. This video makes me feel less alone, but more hopeless. Woman. This terrifies me. Then I showed this to my husband. He said to me, do you feel any of this? I told him yes to the relaxed thing. He then asked me why, and I explained why. He then followed up with, how can I make you relax just as much, if more, when I'm here? This is how I know I married the right man. This video drove up my anxiety. I've experienced this. This is Maria. And this was the reason I left. This woman says, that's me, feeling relaxed when he's not there. Y'all guys, one thing you'll never do is you'll never call me a liar. As much as you might hate what I talk about, as much as you might say I don't agree with you, as much as you might say, well, that didn't happen to me, coach. One thing you cannot ever say is that CGA lied his entire YouTube career. I've been trying to tell y'all what goes on and I say this is most likely going to happen. I mean, highly likely going to happen. This is the most common result of relationships and marriages. Now, you might not have it now. And I say, well, it's not a matter of if you have it. It's a matter of when you have it, when you're confronted with it. What happens to if it doesn't exist now, but it happens because you're in proximity? Okay, when it happens, what do? And the answer is nothing. You're fucked. Because when it happens, like I said, you're going to have to go down here and walk the plank. And you better hope it doesn't happen. But it's going to happen. And when it happens, what are you going to do? Not if it's happened to you. When it happens, what do? You're going to be up Schitt's Creek. Like I said, you're going to be up Schitt's Creek. And it can happen any moment now. All right, let's continue here. All right, we got this woman. Okay, we got these. These are great videos, by the way. We have this one. Speaking of, we got tortilla here. We got a big old torta right here. We got a big torta coming up on your screen. And she says, single mom. Well, let me see if I can see what it said here. I don't know where it went. I don't know what happened there. All right, so we'll put her back on the screen. Inside the Mono Women here. This is a great segment. Life after separation. This woman is separated from her husband. She lives apart now, but she's upset that the man is separating the finances of the relationship. And now she's on the internet crying because in this separation, he said, okay, I'm going to stop paying for X, Y, and Z. You're going to understand that this is probably highly likely illegal. You can't do this. Or she considers this now financial abuse. So she wants to separate. By the way, I put in the comment section before I heard this, I said she probably initiated this because we know women initiate these separations. They initiate the divorce. We've seen from the previous videos, they're initiating this. So she initiated it and he started to say, okay, well, if we're living separate, you get your own Costco card. You get your own insurance. You get your own rent. You pay your own. And she's like, no. You still pay for this. I just live separately. Let's see what happens here. This is interesting. She wants a separation from the guy, but not what he provides.
I have been separated for about 2 months. Today I received a message from him saying that he's going to be removing me from the car insurance. And when I asked him when my last day with insurance would be, he said it's tomorrow. So I have to shop around. I have to find my own car insurance. And I had previously asked him if he could just keep me on there and I would give him my part of the insurance since that would be cheaper for me. But he says he prefers to just remove me. So tomorrow I'll be without insurance. I have the kids 4 days a week and he has them 3. And since his family is there, he is able to work as much as he used to before when I used to stay at home. But I have nobody to help me watch my kids.
All right, so this is running to the court of public opinion, fake crying on the internet. She's the victim in this situation. And that's as far as I heard before I said, ma'am, you probably initiated this shit. Now, this is the odd part of when relationships and marriages break up. The woman still thinks you need to do the performative things you did previous to the breakup. So all these women's videos that you saw, they want to break up. They're emotionally divorced, but the reason they're staying is because he's performing. He pays the rent. He pays a percentage of the rent. He's still performing. And if she leaves, she knows that he might not have to perform that anymore. So she stays. So you're like, why did the woman leave? Well, because he's performing. So this woman said, okay, I'm leaving. He no longer serves me. She experienced all the other things the previous woman said, and she left. But she said, you still got to do what you were supposed to do for me. You guys still take care of me. By the way, the family law actually provides for this. Alimony child support is a cover for this. And the women are telling her to go to court and get child support. Now, look at what she said. She said, I have no help. And the reason why we broke up is because she wanted to go back to work. And because childcare cost, that didn't work. She wanted to break up with him because she wanted to go back to work. By the way, when this happens, I'm going to tell you, she's claiming her independence and also possibly planning to cheat on you because other men are at work. All right. And she's kind of bored of you. So she wants to go outside the house and she wants to kind of abandon her parentage. She wanted to raise kids, but now she's like, all right, I just want them in daycare. And she then blew up the relationship because of work. All right. But there's possibly another guy at work too. But guys, this does. Oh, what's going on here? All right. New World Order's on my stream. All right. Let's see if we can help this out just a little bit. Okay. So this is where I'm telling you it's going to happen in your relationship at some particular point. This is going to come up. This work thing is going to come up. Okay. So let me see if I can do this. All right. I'm trying to help this stream. I don't know what's going on here. All right. But let me see if I can close a couple of windows and see what's going on here and see if we can help that out a little bit. All right. Internet tripping. The New World Order's on top of me. They on my neck. So this is going to come up in your relationship and marriage, especially if a woman has been working prior to your relationship. If she's been working prior to your marriage, this is going to come up. And this is why I don't know why women delay this out and they get their career and everything set up and then they want to have a family. Your kids, this is going to come up. So let's continue to play the video here and see what she says.
And I'm really not going to leave them with just anybody. So I can only work 3 days a week. I make $120 a day. Sometimes I work Saturdays. I make $60 on Saturdays. So that means 1 week I make $420 and the other one I make $360. So I thought it would be okay if he just kept me in the insurance and I would give him the money, which would be around $100. But today, again, he said no. So I've been looking, it's around $200 for me to get it by myself. And right now, it just feels like I can't do it.
Okay, so you see what she did. She wanted to go to work. This is why I always tell you, there's another reason she wants to go to work. She's getting out of the house. She gets freedom. She gets away from him. She gets away from the kids. And possibly there's another man. So she blew up the entire relationship for $400 a week. Guys, this sounds familiar. This kind of happened in my marriage. And people are like, why did y'all get married? Did you cheat? Did she cheat? Guys, it was simple as this. It was like, you're leaving the house for this? This doesn't make sense. We're hiring a nanny and babysitters, and I'm taking away from my job. And then they get into the point where you're not supporting my job. I supported you. And it's like a pointless conversation. So you might as well I ended the relationship. I was like, I can't argue this over and over again. It's just too circular. It doesn't make financial sense. And as you see, what happened was when the marriage is destroyed, when you divorce and separate, she can't support herself anymore. She can't support herself, which was the main point to begin with. The family can't be supported with you going outside the house to make peanuts. Because now, once you're on your own, you can't support yourself. That was the whole entire point. So then when they run the child support and alimony to try to bridge the gap or try to stay on your insurance and make you pay half the bill, that was the whole point. Now you see it's obvious as that big, fat, wide nose on your face that what you were trying to do, you can't support, neither can I. So now she's running saying, I can't support it. I can't pay it. No duh. Dipshit. No duh. Now she even further complicates it by saying this, that he gets to use the family as daycare when they're with him, but she can't do it when they're with her because she has no support system or family. Again, adding to the conundrum of logic, reasoning, and emotions.
No, I can, but it just feels like...
Oh, come on.
I can't. And it really sucks because it feels like all of this is my fault. Everything that's happening is my fault because I was the one that decided that I wanted to be separated. I was the one that decided to leave the house. And I left because I needed to work and I couldn't.
Okay. Sorry about this, man.
Work where we lived because we have no family there. I had no support at all. And I still really don't. But at least the kids can be with him 3 days a week and then I can work a little bit. And I don't even know why I'm crying over this, but again, it just feels like I've made the worst mistake.
Yeah.
I feel like my life is falling apart. I feel like I can't provide for my kids. I feel like I can't be a good mom to them.
Yeah, look, I don't feel sorry for people like this. I don't. This is when I tell you guys, life happens to you. You're not making life happen. So this idiot had to learn the hard way. All he had to do was remove himself and say, okay, well, you wanted the divorce. Okay, I'll stay over to the side. And then let's see what's about to happen. And then guess what? Now she's got to run to child support, social services, because now she's like, oh, I made a mistake. Yeah. You think? Was going out there to work for $400 a week a smart decision? Nope. You made a mistake. And instead of going, damn, I fucked up, now she's like, oh, and now she's got to go to the court of public opinion, cry on the internet, complain, and then got to go to child support, got to go to alimony. She got to go take the laws in her own hand. She's got to then try to get custody away from him, which is going to be weird. If she gets more custody to get more child support, that means she can't work, which was the initial reason why she separated, was to go to work. Now she's got to go into court and say, well, I can't work because I got the kids and he needs to pay me. Dumb. Guys, this can happen to you just like that. This can happen to you just like that. And sometimes they got to learn the hard way. And they will disrupt your whole fucking flow and blame you for being this. They got to come up with a reason. She can't just say, I destroyed my marriage because I wanted to go to work. She's then got to come up with that you were an abuser, you were this, you beat her up, you yelled at her, you screamed at her. They got to come up with a reason, because you're going to be like, you left your husband because you wanted to make $400 a week, $1,200 a month. Bitch, you should have just stayed home until they were grown. But then the women will say, like, why does she have to give up her career? And he's going to be financially abusive and controlling over her. Man, I tell you, bro, this shit is funny. It's comical. But yes, your relationship can break up just that easy over this type shit, bro. It is sad, but it happens all the time. All right, we do have, let me see here. We'll save these for another show because we do have 3 other videos I wanted to share, but due to time constraints, we'll continue with the other part of the show. We got Crime and Law CGA coming up with the last 2. How many 2 stories here? There's 2 stories here. All men pay. What a shit show, man. And then they'll blame you for, all of the other reasons. He didn't do this, and I felt like it wouldn't work. He didn't listen. And I got to come up with all of these other things to justify why they blew it up. Like, God dang. Somebody says, what does the comment say? Interesting enough, they're supporting her cause. Basically, let me just go ahead and show you what the comment says right here. They're going back to the legal system, aka now we got the legal workings here. So because you were married and have kids, now it's time to go to court. It says legally, he is not allowed to remove you from anything until the divorce is finalized. So this is what happens when you say, well, my woman wanted to split. She wanted to separate. She wanted the divorce. I said, okay, that's what happened to me. I was like, hey, all right, look, this ain't working out. Let's just separate. And then she was fine until she starts talking to other women, until she starts talking to attorneys. Now you're going to see where the bullshit is. Now they going to start. I need to protect myself financially. I need to get what I earned and worth. I need to get. Then this woman said this. So now they start going back to the legal structure, aka the law. This one says, as an insurance agent, he cannot remove you until the divorce is final. He needs to call the insurance, and then they cannot remove you and tell them you're in the process of a divorce. You see where the law says? This is where all y'all talking about ecclesiastic marriage and all that. I'm like, bro, y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Y'all talking about to the state. But all of these other people are tied into that marriage. This one says right here, file for child support and alimony and don't feel bad for at all for doing it. I wish you the best. What did I tell you? File for child support and alimony. That's going to solve it. Just put his ass on child support and alimony. So you can then get access to that money. What do I tell you? You're worth more divorced than married. That's what that means. She's like, all right, I don't have to listen to him no more. I'll just go get the child support and alimony. And then boom, I can get the $1,200 and I can bridge the gap between my finances. She'll still go bag groceries at motherfucking Subway or at Albertsons. And she'll push shopping carts around doing what I call counting beans and pushing papers and pencils around. And then she'll make $1,200 from that job. And then she'll make $1,200 on child support. And then she will call that income. That's her income. That's how she bridges the gap. That's what you're up against. This one says, honestly, all this talk about court and alimony and everything else, sometimes it comes down to taking accountability. Not every situation is about what you're owed. Sometimes it's about recognizing the choices that were made. Look, this woman said you had stability, you had a support, and instead of valuing it, you chose a different path. That's your right, but it comes with consequences. This woman is letting her have it. Yes, this is because women and kids, they want to make a choice with no consequences. We call that cherry picking. They're like, oh, I want choice. I want independence and freedom. I don't want to listen to you. And then blah, blah, blah. And then they'll pick that. And then you say, oh, well, it comes with consequences. They're not like, but I don't want those consequences. I just want to be able to pick the good shit. And then you handle all the bad. But this is true. You had stability, you had support, and you had him providing. And instead of valuing it, you chose to be free and go to work for $400. And at the end of the day, you were there to impress some other nigga. Let's get that straight. At some point, it's not about blaming. It's about owning the outcome and moving forward with maturity. Facts. What women typically do is double down, though. They double down on the victimhood, court of public opinion. He was an asshole. They have to create false allegations against you. They have to drag you through the public mud. They typically double down. They don't end up going, damn, I fucked up. They end up weaponizing therapy. They end up trying to then take the kids away from you to get more child support. They end up playing this fucking game instead of listening to what this woman said. And that's the truth. Then they blame you and then call you all kind of, So that's the truth right there. That is the truth, Ruth. And somebody says, I chose this and now watch me cry. Yep. That's basically what she said. I chose this route and it didn't work out. And look at me now. Look, let me tell you something. And I'm going to tell you the saddest shit. I'm going to tell you what's sad about this. And a lot of women find this out. I'm going to just be this. I'm going to just do this. She said it has not even been 2 months. She said 2 months ago. So she didn't even make it 4 pay periods before she realized, damn, gotcha, bitch. He got me. Cut me 2 months. Dude, this happens to sugar babies. This happens to women in relationships. They'll be like, yeah. And they come out there and 2 months later, they looking at they shit like, damn, 2 months. Not 2 years. She laid it 4 pay periods to realize I done fucked up. Then Lord have mercy. And at the end of the day, listen to this sound effect right here. Do I have the sound effect queued up? Here it is.
You see that? That's a stupid bitch.
And guess what he doing? He fucking more young pussy than the law allows. Shout out to Ice Cube. He fucking more young pussy than the law allows. He out there letting his abuela watch the kids, fucking young 20-year-old, little skinny, pretty feet Chiquitas. He out there freer than a bird. He happier than the motherfucker. He like finally got rid of that big overweight 5'2" Sasquatch, wide as she is tall. And I got young, pretty feet Chiquitas out there that I'm giving $85 to do monkey double backflips all over me. He like, this is the best damn decision I ever made in my life. Thank you. I'm free. I got my walking papers. And plus I got family and the support system in this bitch out here. It is what it is. He happier than a motherfucker. Like, God damn. Thank you. And that's how I was. I was like, shit. Read my book. I was like, damn, look at the sky. It's blue. And look at these fucking fluffy ass white ass clouds. And look at this blue ass water, green ass grass. I was like, thank you. You did me a favor. And she gonna feel that for the next 20 years because he gonna get better more than likely. And he gonna have access to better bras than he actually had. And he gonna look at her like, damn, I can't believe I was in love with that old overweight piece of... All right. Like, what the fuck was I even doing trying to make that shit work? Well, because you were doing it ecclesiastically under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all ass niggas. And you were doing it for the Holy Ghost and Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. Now you out here, you could be a pure, debaucherous, degenerate motherfucking man putting hands on young punani and hips. And he can dip, you dip, we dip. And he having margaritas and tacos on Cinco de Mayo. All right, shout out to him out there. Go get it. Go get it. Shout out to our brother William Lemon says, if a side chick sues you, that tells you many things. You're her only option. You're not a big deal as you thought you was. It tells me where you stand. And knowing this level of power, fellas, be a gentleman. Use red pill knowledge as a shield and don't abuse your power. Use wisdom as power. And he probably didn't. We're going to get to that in a second. Yeah, he thought he could just dismiss broads like back in the day. Not so much. All right, not so much. Caitlin says, thanks, coach, for showing us reasons number 600 through 606 out of 1,000 as to why men should not get married in America. Dealing with a woman's ever-changing emotions, they're a problem. I'd rather hook up with random chicks than be married and monogamous. This isn't it. I always try to show you examples. And yes, there are examples to actually back up my position. Sure, they're biased examples, but they're very toxic examples of people in real scenarios. And I'm like, this is what you're up against. Like, okay, what would you do in this situation? It's not like you can't say you won't be up against it. You will. Shout out to our brother. It is our brother, Nabil. He says, yes, coach, can't chat, but we're here with you, coach. Shout out to you, Nabil. I appreciate you. And we'll give you a co-sponsorship for that. Shout out to Eric Scott is in the building. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for being here again. And Kane Country says, coach, live from El Salvador. Shout out to you. I'll give you the Mexican horns.
I haven't showered in 3 days.
Wrong horns right there. All right, it is. We'll give it Central America. A lot of people that come from across the border are from El Salvador. Shout out to our brothers there. Is that considered Central America? Shout out to everybody in Central America. Honduras, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Panama, El Salvador. Shout out to you. You get the horns too. And that is a double sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
One more. Shout out to Kane County. Are you visiting El Salvador or are you listening from El Salvador? Send me some of them 4'9" El Salvadorians. I love the 4'9" El Salvadorians out there. They got some little chiquitas out there, like little monkey chicks. All right. They kind of little monkeys. I love them little girls out there. Shout out to our brother. Okay, we already got that one. And then let's check up over here. I had a little girl from Honduras. She was a grown ass woman, but she was like 5 feet tall, 4'11". Oh, I love that little monkey. She was like a little chimpanzee. And I'm not a tall person, but I was like, look at this little. All right. I liked her little ass. And she folded up nice and neat. Shout out to Jay says, coach, is it possible for famous athletes to sow their wild oats? If you were super famous, would you implement your free agent lifestyle? Well, I'm going to just tell you, man, today's age and time, unfortunately, athletes cannot play the field like they used to be able to play the field. This is why athletes trick. And this is why broke niggas trying to make athletes do the same thing that broke niggas do to get women doesn't make sense. Alan Roger Curry famously said, rich guys, probably their best route is to trick. I mean, because they don't need to run game and get women like regular dudes get women. They have too much to lose. My famous phrase that I learned back in the day. You only mess with women that have as much to lose with you. Otherwise, you got to trick. If you're very famous and rich, you have to. Falling in love is too risky. Messing around and pump and dumping is too risky. We're going to see this. Having side chicks, hiring women that you fucked previously for jobs is just too risky. You got contracts, $50 million, $100 million, sometimes $10 million. And this woman has nothing to her name. You're her sole source of income. Why wouldn't she sue you? Why wouldn't she go rogue on you? Okay, you have to do it. But the days are gone where dudes could just, you guys don't realize what dudes were doing back in the day. Now, dudes still do a little bit of this, but because everybody has a camera, it's a lot risky. If you listen to stories of what Magic Johnson, used to do with women, he was talking about at halftime, fucking women under the bleachers. Not even going to the locker room, taking girls, them white bitches on coca, fucking them under the bleachers in the forum. Talking about bitches in elevators riding up and they would go to doctor's appointments. He was just fucking them in the elevator. Guys, you can't do that today. They got cameras everywhere. The girl got cameras. Doing orgies and do what the dudes used to do before there were cell phone cameras. They used to get away with murk. They used to do the wildest shit and just discard. And back then, a woman, that was a come up for a woman, just to be like, oh, I let Dennis Rodman fuck me in a restaurant bathroom. That was the peak of woman. There wasn't all of this sense of being independent and boss babes and women have their own Ferraris. They had to ride in Ferraris and be like, I rode in this guy's Ferrari. That was the peak. That was what they could get. Now these women can get their own Ferraris and have their own social media and their own presence. And they can do what? Clout chase and say what they did with a guy previously. They can write books like Corinne Stefan and get a whole goddamn profile of all the dudes that fucked and pumped and numped you. Like, today is just different. The women have, you guys don't realize how far women have come, for positive or negative, in the last 20 years. They've come a long way. And that's the advent of social media. That changed everything. And cell phone cameras changed everything. So no, you can't just have your way with women anymore. You just can't have your way the way men used to just have their way. Just walk into a party and have women and be like, all right, I'll take her up to the bathroom and be like, all right, suck this off and take that right quick. And then walk her, just leave her there. All right, rinsing her mouth out. And then when she walks by you like this slowly with her glass and she looks at you, you'd be like, bitch, anyway. And she couldn't do nothing about it. Just sit off to the side like, damn, I just let him just go right down the back of my throat like that in this party. Nobody knows about it. I can't tell anybody because I'll lose my reputation as a whore. Like, you used to just be able to do women like that. And look at what happened to Bill Cosby. He used to just do anything like that. Let me drop that in your drink and take you in the back. All right, she all incapacitated. All right, right all in their chin, all in their ear, like in their ear, and just leave her there on the couch, laughing and sniggling, telling your boys, yeah, I just let off in her earlobe. And look at her. Look at that dirty whore, nasty fuck, cum dumpster. Like, you used to be able to do women. And have everybody, and when she wake up and come alert and she got all that dripping out her ear, everybody laughing at her. Bitch. Bitch. Like, look at her, you nasty cunt. They start calling her names, and then she leave off just sad at her mama's apartment, sitting on her twin bed. Damn. He did me dirty. He got me. Right, dude? That's how they used to do women. Y'all don't realize it. And somebody said, them the good old days. Used to do women dirty, bro. And a woman couldn't come out, was like, I let these dudes run a train and violate me and dump in my ear. You couldn't have a woman just come out like prior to 1997 and be like, he did me this. Dude, R. Kelly had a whole video. R. Kelly had a whole video of him pissing on a 13-year-old girl. And people gave it a pass. Brothers, y'all don't realize he had a video circulating. Then a nigga jumped up there with the Phantom of the Opera mask and a headband. He lasted another 20 years. And they blamed the 13-year-old girl. Come on. He cut 18 other albums. He wrote I Believe I Can Fly after that. He wrote for Michael Jackson after that. And they blamed the girl. Well, she looked like she knew what she was doing. Huh? That's how fast things changed in the last 20 years. Where today, if you was doing that, you going to jail. And look at David. That's how fast things changed to where dudes could just get away with doing anything, be on video doing it. And they were like, well, she looked like that wasn't her first rodeo. Where was her mama at? Today, Mm-mm. What year was that? I look at that. That was like 2001 because I remember where I was when the video was shown to me against my will. I didn't consent. All right. That was 2001. 25 years later, you can't do that shit. You going to jail for shiggity. 2002. Yeah. So you going to jail. Somebody going to catch you on the phone. Somebody is going to be on Hollywood Unlocked. It's going to be on the internet. You can't do that today. Also amazing says, in all of your past relationships, have you ever sensed that they wanted to inflict physical damage to you? Quiet resentment boiling over to pure rage. I've never really truly felt that way of physical damage. Although when I was at the end of my marriage and we were sleeping separately, I did think that there was enough cause for her to have somebody come through the patio and kill me. But that's because I watched a lot of Dateline. I don't know if she would have done that. I do get the sense that she probably tried to organize that at some point during the divorce or even thereafter, that she probably tried to hire a hitman on me. I would not have put that past her and her family at all. But I've never felt any physical damage coming directly from the woman. All right. But I did at the end of the marriage think, I better go ahead and move out because I don't want to have her new boyfriend climb through the patio window and shoot me. All right. But I said it's probably the safest bet just to go ahead and leave. And that's one of the reasons I left. I was like, yeah, fuck all that. Right. I'm not trying to get killed in the process or let them try to kill me. Anyway, enough about that. It's a different day. It's a new day. Yes, it is. And shout out to our brother here. It's shout out to my man, Angelito Escobar, listening right now. And that is from Jessica. Shout out to y'all. Is that a Latina too? Well, your last name's not Latina, but Jessica sent some money and said, shout out to my man, Angelito Escobar. Cinco de Mayo. And shout out to Jessica. Appreciate you. And then we're going to get to the sub-main event and the main event, but it's mostly crime and law, CGA. I love crime. I love law. And I love how it, crime and law happens to marriage, love and marriage. Let's get to this real quick because we're getting and rounding our bases here. We should be completing the stream relatively soon, but we do have fresh allegations for one Marcelus Wiley. You guys know him, XFL star, Columbia graduate. He worked for ESPN for a minute. He played in the NFL for the Buffalo Bills and the Washington Redskins, I believe. But he already had some allegations that came out centered around crime and law, CGA, by the way. Crime and law, CGA. And it's centered around when the New York had that thing where they can extend some cases. And that's how Puff Daddy went down. He had some allegations come out. And he basically dismissed and denied it. And everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But this May 4th, this was last night, he has some fresh new allegations right here that he does have to contend with, rocked by a fresh sexual assault allegation as ex-ESPN assistant at work again claims she was left fearing for her life in a hotel room attack. Now, this is, again, we know what an assault is. It doesn't have to necessarily be a physical touch or a punching. It could be that you felt like she was going to be assaulted and you intimidated her, if you will. So we know that's the case now. Now, here it is, and I'm going to have to take this down, but I'll read it for you. Former NFL star and ESPN analyst Marcelus Wiley is facing fresh allegation charges of sexual assault from 4 new accusers. 4 new accusers, man. And I like Marcelus Wiley, man. I think he's a good guy. But again, like this guy was asking, what you used to get away with in the past, you can't get away with it today. And we see guys like Adrian Broner doing this now. You used to be able to get away with this 10 years ago. You can't get away with it now. And it says the claims filed this month in New York broadened the litigation that began in 2023 when 3 women accused Wiley of raping them during their time at Columbia University. It's Columbia. Among the new accusers is former ESPN production assistant who alleges that Wiley lured her into a hotel room under the guise of a work meeting in 2009. Again, guys, what you used to do in the past, you can't do it. Luring her into the hotel room. Again, people are going to say, well, she lying. She knew what time it was. But at the end of the day ends. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's a new day. Yes, it is. Work meeting and then fucking. That used to be what you used to be able to do. But now you got to lure her in with $500. Right? You got to pay the price. You got to pay the piper. For those who don't know who Marcelus Wiley is, I don't even have to say this is alleged from the article. This is him with the San Diego Superchargers. Okay. And yes, he's married. And it says right here, it says in a graphic written statement that I can't say and speak about because this is a family show, the former staffer claims Wiley emerged from a bathroom naked and physically overpowered her, leaving her petrified. The woman told the court he pushed me up against the windows of the room so hard I thought they would shatter. I was petrified and believed I was going to die. All right, that's what she said in her statement there.
I like to get dominated.
All right. I repeatedly pleaded with him to stop and to let me go. He would not. He pushed me face down on the bed and kept me there with my face pressed into the pillow in such a way that I had difficulty breathing, which made me fear my life. Okay. This is a picture of Marcelus Wiley and his now wife. I don't know if he was married at the time. Reading from the statement, he's innocent until proven guilty, but this is him and his beautiful wife right now. Okay. And then the statement says, while Wiley held me down and then he jerked himself off over on me until he busted. Interesting enough, I just was talking about that. He busted in her ear. All right. And left her ear with the oozy goozy. Held her down and finished off on her. Only then did he allow me to leave the room. This assault was devastating to me, and I live with the effects to this day. I will never truly escape from that room, told the former ESPN employee. Another of the latest accusers claim in a lawsuit that Wiley groomed her from the age of 13 before raping her on her 18th birthday. Holy mackerel. Marcelus Wiley dude, all men pay, man. All men pay. We got, man, damn, and they going back years on this one. All right, groom me from 13 and raped me on my 18th birthday. The unknown individual alleges that when she was 13, she met Wiley. He first came into contact with her after visiting her middle school in Buffalo, New York. The woman alleged that Wiley, a player for the Buffalo Bills at the time, we called them the Buffalo Jills, showered her family with free tickets and invitations to his Orchard Park home. The accuser alleges that on her 18th birthday, Wiley flew her to Dallas and shouted at her in a frightening manner and coerced her into giving up the punani. Okay. All right. Coerced her. By the way, there is a new law coming into effect. I don't know if it's in the United States, of that the women can remove consent after the fact, right? Even if she is of legal age. In this case, she was not of legal age through the entire relationship, but now and then when she turned 18, he was digging in his own backyard. This is why we tell you, just go to the JUCO, bro. There's 18-year-old girls over there that'll do all of this shit for you. You don't got to go into your Rolodex and people that you knew as a young girl like this. You don't got to do this. All right, and these are all allegations. Marcelus raped me on my 18th birthday after grooming me from the age of 13, the alleged victim wrote in her account in the court. It says right here, 2 additional accusers have also submitted statements to the court alleging assaults in the late 1990s, including an attack in Culver City and a rape at a USC hotel. All right, and this is Marcelus Wiley and his wife right now. You guys don't know, this is a very large man. Pause. Okay, this is a very large man. He's not a small individual. And this woman that is his wife appears to be, well, who said light skin and funny face was a thing? All right, light skin, funny face. Who was that? Cat Williams? Light skin, funny face, indeed. All right, but let's continue here. She's a beautiful black woman. Wiley is married to former Real Housewife of Beverly Hills star Anna Marie Wiley, age 41, and the couple shares 3 children. He also has a daughter from a previous relationship. He was first accused of rape back in November 2023. The accuser, now an Ivy League professor and sociologist, claimed Wiley took her virginity when she was assaulted in 1994. Wiley has consistently and vehemently denied all of these allegations, and I remember that, previously using his YouTube channel to dismiss the initial 2023 claims as BS and fabricated. I sort of believe him. If you're a virgin, I am not going to be your first because I'm not looking at it at the same respect, esteem, and honor that you should. We did mess around, he said, but no vaginal intercourse. Uh-oh. Interesting. He said we messed around, we fooled around. I can't imagine. Well, never mind. That's too much thought here. He said, well, we messed around and all that. Meanwhile, in the accusations that emerged in a March lawsuit, Wiley allegedly pressured a woman into sex after she agreed to go back to his dorm room in 1994. All right, golly. 1994, after saying no to Wiley repeatedly, he told her she was too uptight and needed to relax before imposing himself on her and then hitting her with that. Well, the court papers claim Wiley then swung his leg on the bed, lunged toward her, and overpowered her. Now, he's a very strongly built individual. During the alleged attack, the woman claimed in court papers that he allegedly held her down and whispered to her to relax, enjoy it, stop crying, and stop fighting that feeling. Woo! And the amount of women these men are with, I guarantee you, he don't remember none of that shit. I'm pretty sure he might remember vague memories of this. Trust me. Well, I'm not going to incriminate myself in any way, but for people who have been with a lot of women, certainly you don't remember every detail about things. But of course, if the woman's been traumatized or she doesn't feel like she was respected afterwards and you just jizzed on her ear and dipped on her, yeah, she's going to remember these things as traumatic events, especially when she's been embarrassed and she's seen you all on the TV, all on the video, all on the record, dancing. She going to feel a certain way after 20, 30 years pass and she over there broke with a rusted out anyway. All right. It says right here, the alleged victim who attended Barnyard. I can't pronounce that. I think it's a highly esteemed school right there. And it says right here, claims that she told Columbia University administrators after the incident, and they urged her not to file a criminal complaint. Okay, which does happen back in the day because if he is a highly visible character, a football player on the school, yes, they used to tell girls not to file a complaint. And it says it claimed in a lawsuit that she was told that she would be known as the girl who destroyed a black man's NFL dream. Damn. They said she would be known as the girl that would destroy a black male's NFL dream. It is then she claimed the same lawsuit by the second anonymous accuser who lives now in California that Wiley also assaulted her in his dorm room. Both alleged victims are seeking unspecified damages. Wiley played for the Buffalo Bills, the San Diego Superchargers, and the Dallas Cowgirls and the Jacksonville Jags during his NFL career. He was selected to the Pro Bowl in 2001. All right, so that's his situation right there. What do you think of those allegations? What do you think of those? These allegations are coming in light of the fact that New York has opened up the women's victims to be able to file suit against incidences that happen in or around New York. And this is how Diddy went down because they extended the clock of women being able to file these, and these women are able to come back with allegations that have happened at any time in history to be able to come back for that. What do you think of this one, man? This is crazy. But this does show all men pay. This goes back to my philosophy of all men pay, and no one's going to be immune from this particular situation. We got the main event coming up here. Do me a favor. Give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. We got Crime and Law CGA out. Main event. We got to cover this real quick related to one Stefon Diggs, who is a player out here, player from the Himalayas.
The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick, with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin, the strong take. The poor complain, the rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
All right, we're back here, internet going crazy and ham. We're back. Do me a favor, man. Give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. In this situation here, man, join the Money Mindset. It's patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. We do streams for the past 3 years. Really more. I actually found some older streams going back to 2021 of the original Money Mindset that I'm going to be working on producing and adding to the Money Mindset legendary content that we've been putting out. But we talk about content creation for the first part of the stream. And we also talk about the financial mindset that you have to change in order to win out here. Remember, we told you earlier that a lot of times life is happening to you, but we want you to make life happen. Okay. We want you to go out and make life happen. And we're giving you some gems and some leadership quality skills, sales skills and techniques, and also some angles for you to turn your life around in less than 2 years. So join the Money Mindset on patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. It is the greatest thing that we have going over here. It is the boss up season, and we're going to do more of that content, the blue chip mindset content, over on the Coach Greg Adams channel.
Better boss up, nigga.
All right, shout out to you right there. Now check this out, gentlemen. Check this out, gentlemen. One thing I want you to hear when this case comes up, and I want you to realize this. A lot of you guys are normies. A lot of you guys may not have these things happen to you. And if they do happen to you, you definitely going to jail. All right. Most of you guys will have one partial allegation sending your ass to jail for many, many years. And it's going to be difficult for you to prove it. And the one thing you don't want to do is be up in the white man's court trying to prove an allegation is false. Okay. One thing that we tell you is lawsuits are the new divorce. When you go up in court, don't think the court system works like the court of public opinion or works like the manosphere or any of these things. Court is a difficult thing for men to actually navigate and overcome. With that being said, you don't want to be up in the white man's court with a woman alleging you did anything, including your wife. Okay, you're not going to just walk away with these women lie and these women are just trying to get cash from me and all of this stuff. In this case, even when you have money, last thing you need is allegations where you're going to hire lawyers to go through your past with a fine-tooth comb to defend yourself against allegations while you don't realize you're participating in a humiliation ritual. When a woman goes to court, she don't care really about more than anything about you going to jail or her getting money from it. She kind of knows that's what's going to happen anyway. Whether she files a civil suit or a criminal suit, she don't care. What a woman cares about is humiliating you in the process. And this is what guys don't think. She's going to add an asterisk to your life. She is providing documentations, whether she's lying or not, about your actions that people are going to hold against you forever, because people don't care about the truth. They're just going to hear an allegation and assume it's correct. And I wish men would understand this, because they don't get it. They think they're just going to be able to deflect off allegations and keep moving forward. People don't forget about allegations. In our world, you're guilty until proven innocent. And even if you settle or even proven innocent, it doesn't matter. The whole process is about humiliating you. The whole process is about giving the woman an opportunity to gain attention and notoriety. Because a woman doesn't care if the attention is negative or positive. And some of you guys are bitch made niggas, and you understand you take negative attention. That's why you try to troll me and others that are winners, because that gives you negative attention. So even if the outcome comes out desirable for Stefon Diggs and they could just say, this woman's a crack, she's a nut, the damage is done already. The damage is done. Stefon Diggs can probably still play in the NFL. And last I heard, he was released from the New England Patriots. Last I heard, unless he was picked up by someone else, I don't know. I don't have that information. If he's not picked up by anyone else, this type of thing can prevent you from getting picked up by someone else. And guess what? Money gone. Damage done. Credibility hurt. You have the asterisk. You have the asterisk. So this is why I tell you guys, men getting this fight about trying to prove women wrong and willing to go to battle in the courts to try to prove them wrong, the last thing you want to do is go to court. You do not want to go to court. Family court, child support court, criminal court, civil court. You don't want women alleging you go in there and then you go out there and got to testify and get drugged and have people report on this. You don't want that work. Not only that, there's a cost to this. So when I say all men pay, this is an example. I've also said, well, you might get some women for free, but it only is going to take you one woman to make you pay for all the women that you've had. So let's say you got all these women for free. Well, one woman comes up, you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars defending yourself. Well, divide that amongst all the women you fuck for free, and that's what you paid for each one of those women. Okay? So it happens. Unfortunately, men think that, especially men don't got no money, think that Stefon Diggs, this is a cakewalk to him. Oh, he'll just pay this off and he got enough money to pay lawyers. This is false. He can afford it. He'll be all right. This is false. He doesn't have an NFL spot right now. And you don't think that they're doing this at the time that training camps are opening? I mean, he still might get picked up, but training camps, they're doing workouts right now. Where's Stefon Diggs? In court. He's not on the right field to play right now. He needs to feed. Oh, here's another thing that I'm going to show you. He also has this. Okay. He also has this. Didn't he have like 4 baby mamas last year? Didn't he have 4 women pregnant, including Cardi B? He currently has 4 women pregnant, including Cardi B. If you just add that to the clock, he's 32 years old. He just now has newborns, 4 new newborns. Cardi B could probably handle her own finances. The other 3, probably not. That means there's child support in 3 of these cases. That means the next 20 years, that takes him to 52. Bro, he don't got enough money for this. I'm telling you. Dude, I don't got enough money for this. Nobody got enough money to be playing this game and then handling a court suit or court case on the other side. So you might think he got the money for this. I'm going to tell you, he don't got it. He don't got it. He going to be broke before that 20-year clock winds up, especially if he don't get his ass on the football field this season. And there's a high chance that he won't, listening to this fucking case. Okay, so let's break down the details of this one, the dirty, dirty deeds and the dirty, dirty details related to this particular case. Let me close some windows up. Close some windows up. We'll give you the details according to this news outlet. And the case is going on as of today, too. Somebody wanted me to wait. All right, coach, wait. Right? Wait till all the details come out. No, I'll just do another stream on it or do another crime and law. Stefon Diggs' former chef, her name is Mila Adams, no relation, who accused him of assaulting and felony strangulation, said under oath that they had a sexual relationship before becoming friends and that he later hired her as his chef. Okay, as his chef. Now, we talk about this when it comes to discipline. We also talk about business and pleasure. We talk about the fact that it's just better to go to the JUCO. No, it ain't. He's spending money. He don't got to spend it. He can get girls for free. Okay, he has 4 baby mamas and a woman suing him in court. How free is that? How much is that free pussy adding up to? Yeah, he can get girls for free, but these women gonna pick his pockets clean. 4 of these 5 women gonna pick his fucking pockets clean. It ain't free at all. Okay, and let's continue. Here's the alleged woman here. Well, it's not the alleged woman. This is the exact woman. We're going to talk about her. She nuttier than a fruitcake. And yes, she's lying on him in court. Once you get to court, guys, I can't help you. Okay. I can't help you. Once you get to court, I can't help you. This is what we're trying to tell you guys. Yeah, it's cool to be up there saying she lying, but you don't want to be up in court letting this nutcase lie on your name and reputation and get negative attention, the best attention she's ever gotten in her life. And she out here playing it up. Stefon Diggs, former chef, accused him of assault. We remember these accusations, admitted in court that they had a sexual relationship and that she became the chef in February of 2025. So less than a year on the job, she already stabbing him in the back after he paid her. By the way, I thought he was getting it for free. I thought he got it for free. He ended up hiring her and paying her. Guys, there's front end, back end payment. All men pay. All men pay. So he wasn't getting it for free then. He ended up back end paying it. Why? She probably said, I'm going to go tell on you that you did X, Y, and Z. All right, I'll hire you. You can be a chef. You can cook. Okay. All men pay. Now let's go into this one right here. It says right here, Adams, no relation, claims that she was in a sexual relationship with Diggs during the time he was dating Cardi B. And Diggs and Cardi B, it says, welcome the baby boy in November of 2025. So there goes the situation there. Cardi B, he was playing around on Cardi B. Now we know why Cardi B broke up with him. Question is, how would you characterize? Okay, we're going to play the video on this one because she did testify on this one. We do have video evidence of this. I don't know how they let cameras into this courtroom, but we do have video evidence of her testifying, and she crazy, bro. I mean, I won't say she's allegedly crazy. I mean, I'm looking at her like, man, he didn't read these red flags. All right, here we go right here. Here's the video.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had it started out as friends. It started out as friends.
Let me stop right there. Ladies, this is why when you say you have male friends or I'm in a relationship with you and you have a male friend, sorry, I have to interrupt because I'm the teacher here. When you say you have male friends or I'm in a relationship with you and you say you have male friends, I'm like, guys, you guys have male friends that go into another relationship. The male friend just doesn't stay in male friend zone. Sometimes y'all end up having him fuck you, and then sometimes it turns into a relationship. So that's why I say male friends are a no-go if I'm in a monogamous relationship, which I'll never be in one. But male friends are a no-go. All right, nah, fuck that. All right, so anyway.
Became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I would come work for him like February of 2025.
She said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yes.
And that's as a private. How would you characterize your...
All right, so how would you characterize the relationship? For those who can't hear, she says right here, all right, we were friends, then we start fucking. She said it got to a sexual relationship, then he hired me. This is exactly what you don't do if you're rich and a celebrity. Okay, you don't do it in that order. You certainly don't hire her and then have sex with her. But you brought in a friend, a hookup, a sexual partner, easy sex, and then you hired her, you brought her into your house. I do have video, YouTube. I have video of what their relationship looked like. Apparently he had cameras in and around his house, but as you can see, I didn't protect her. There's cameras right here. This is a video of her in Stefon Diggs' house prior to a sexual liaison in said house. And yes, after he hired her, he definitely was having sex with her. All right. He continued to have sex. So while he was dating Cardi B, and people are going to say, somebody says she's mid. I mean, she's not heavily attractive. She is not ugly either. But this is what happens when you're getting free pussy, right? You're not getting the top quality. You're getting average sex. Women typically get high sex when they're mid. They get sex from high-end dudes because it's easy for a woman to open her legs. But there she is right there dancing, getting ready to catch dick. All in her eye, ears, all on her forehead, in her throat, all on her titties and areolas, all on her BBL and all of that. So there she is hiring. This is what he hired, bruh. But at least she out here dancing. Come to death row. Okay, so that's her right there. That's on her witness stand right here, characterizing her friendship as, oh, we started off as friends and then we had sex and then he hired me. All right, but she all up in the video. There she is right there. So is she a victim in this case? Absolutely not. Everybody can see, but she was on demon time. Everybody could see she was on demon time. She knew what she was doing. She knew the position she was in. She accepted said position, and now she out here crying and lying. All right, she out here crying and lying. But the problem is, I looked it up. Stefon Diggs probably hired a very, very good attorney in this case, and he's probably going to spend upwards of several hundreds or thousands of dollars. Let me go back. His attorneys probably could be making $1,000 an hour. And we know he probably has at least 2 attorneys on this one, or the team is made up of multiple attorneys, sometimes with the lead attorney would know, for a high-end case like this, one attorney is not going to do it. Most of the time, they're going to bring in multiple attorneys for this one, and they're going to chew up his money really quickly. They're going to chew up his money. They're going to be like, you want a piece of this? You want a piece of this? And they're going to be like, hey, we got to hire this one. This is the forensic attorney. This is the settle attorney. This is the attorney that goes in here. This is the white girl that goes up there and cross-examines you. And so there's going to be like multiple attorneys on this case at thousands of dollars an hour. So this is going to add up fast. They don't just charge you for the time you're in court. They charge you to build the case, and they charge you for a private investigation. So they're in court right now over the last 2 days. That's 8 hours. So let's do the math. That's 8 times however many attorneys he have. Let's just say 3. That's $20,000 plus already on 3 attorneys. That's $50,000 by the next 2 days, and then there's probably going to be 2 more days after that. He already had $200,000. I mean, I'm just roughing it on the math. He already had $200,000 just on them appearing in court. All right, that's just for them to go into the courtroom, $200K. Now, what about all that work they did and all those things that they hired, that they filled out, all those court paper documents? What about all the evidence that they had to pull? Okay, this is gonna cost him $500,000 to defend a woman lying, and I'm gonna tell you, he ain't got it. Right? He ain't got $500,000 to just piss away like that. Especially that he's not going to be on the football field this year, potentially. But all men pay. You do have to watch out. Everybody has to watch, even myself. We have to watch what we're doing with women. Not encouraging you to pay for escorts or anything like that, or JUCOs or sugar babies. I'm just telling you, if you're not learning, you will learn. And if you are a guy that says, well, I ain't got nothing to worry about because I'm a low-class character individual who don't have a reputation, well, if you get one allegation, y'all niggas going to be locked up in jail. Okay? You're going to be locked up in jail, all right, because you won't even see the light of day on just an allegation. You'll be locked up for 14 months before you see a judge after a preliminary hearing, okay? And certainly you ain't going to have an attorney. You're going to have a public defender. You're going to be getting dug out in court. I mean, you're going to be getting dug out in jail before you even see the damn court case. So this one says you're going to hear the female attorney cross-examining the witness here, and that's strategic because if you had a male doing this, well, because there's sex involved, you know, you might have some slut shaming and this type of thing going on. So they have a female attorney cross-examining her about payment. Here we go.
And it turned out, Ms. Adams, you had gotten paid for 2 of the 3 weeks that you said you hadn't gotten paid for, right?
This is missing a whole lot of stuff.
The yes or no question.
I can't answer your question correctly without the proper evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach?
This ain't my cousin, y'all. But look, as you can see here, she don't know these attorneys are thorough. She's talking about I can't answer without the proper evidence. The female attorney said, hold my beer, or hey, and pulled her file. There's some evidence.
Do you recognize this document as text exchanges between you and Sunny?
Man, I know this face all too much. She doesn't care about this case. She knows it's a loser, but she's there to just waste time and resources. They don't give a fuck. Dude, your girlfriend will do this. Your wife will do this in domestic violence court, in child support court. They don't give a fuck, bruh. They don't got no reputation to hold. We got the reputation. They got everything to gain and nothing to lose. She doesn't give a fuck, bro. She just, let me see. She's in there playing with people's time. She got all of the bailiffs and the judges and all these attorneys just wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars in people's time. They don't care, bro. They don't care, and they dressing up for the occasion. I always tell you, dude, your wife, you're going to see your wife dressing up to come take you to the white man's court to slaughter you. She don't give a fuck if she right or wrong, lying or making it up, lying or being truthful. She don't give a fuck, bro. Stop saying women lying. Who gives a damn? They don't care. You think they care? They don't care. She doesn't care. She don't care. She like, what? Anyway, whatever, nigga. And she knows she's ruining his reputation.
Yes. Dated December 9, 2025. Yes. And you're the person in the bubbles on the left? Yes. And you write to Sunny, hey, so I looked over my transfers, payment history, and they sent payments 11/7 and 11/21, totaling $4,000. See that? Yes. So you knew that you had actually been paid for 2 of those 3 weeks that you tried to get paid for again, right?
What's your name? I never got your name.
See, deflect, redirect.
I don't know. I was trying to address you by your name because
She bullshitting.
I'm not this. I don't know.
Yep. See, gentlemen, guys, this case is going nowhere. This case is going nowhere, except for the fact that the collateral damage done to Stefon Diggs' reputation. She's got him out here doing the humiliation ritual, and this gonna cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars to prove that this woman is an idiot. The courts allow people, not just women, people to come in here and waste people's time because it's better that they err on the side of caution just in case she's telling the truth, as opposed to dismiss it without her getting her rights being seen here. So she has a right to do this as an American citizen. However, the courts will let her do this circuit shit, but it's going to cost you $500,000 to do so. And the judges and the lawyers all going to get paid because they have the agent of chaos. Shout out the Chronicles of Judah. They have the agent of chaos bringing these cases to waste people's time. All right. And this is a civil case, so we don't have taxpayers in this situation.
I can't answer that question correctly.
You knew on December 9th that you had been paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you said you hadn't been paid for, didn't you?
I don't understand the question.
You just acknowledged you wrote it to Sunny.
I was supposed to be paid for the week I was sent home. Okay. So I sent the incorrect amount because I didn't know he wasn't paying me for that week.
Right. So you sought $6,000 instead of $2,000.
That's my calculations was.
All right, is this a criminal? It is a criminal case. So it is a criminal case. It is. It was the abuse, the threat, and the choking and the assault. So it is criminal. My bad. By the way, it can turn civil really quickly here if she gets any award here. I'm sorry, if she gets a conviction, or he settles, or he pleads down, or let's just say they convict him on one of the charges, she can go civil after that. Let's continue.
That last week, that was a week you didn't work, right?
Because I was sent home.
Right. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking.
Mr. Diggs sent me home because he had girls at the house.
All right, so that's what it was about. See, Mr. Diggs sent me home because he had girls in the house. So really, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. So because he had other girls there, and we have video of him doing this, just so you guys can see. Apparently, Stefon Diggs was on a boat. This is what we talked about. You can't just treat women any old kind of way, especially women you're having sex with. Apparently, he was on a boat right here. This is what we talked about, the good old days. This is him on a boat with other women, and Cardi B was on said boat. Remember that came out? That came out right here. Stefon Diggs' behavior. Oh, he gets it for free. All the hoes like him. Girls be up all in his face. You think they let Stefon Diggs? No, they just like him. He got status and money, And I do see a tray of pink Tusi there. So this is how Stefon Diggs conducted himself, because you're untouchable, if you will. And I got hoes, and these hoes like me, and I got money, and they want to just fuck. But he also got 4 baby mamas plus this woman's lawsuit and any one of these other women that come out after that. Okay, so it ain't all great and grand. So apparently Cardi B was on this boat and letting these girls be all up in his face. Now this is what true woman in this case. All right, so that's where you know where this suit is coming from. Right here, she just said it. There, yeah, I got paid and all that, but he had all these other women in the house and he kicked me out.
Right? Because I was sent home.
Right. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking.
Mr. Diggs sent me home because he had girls at the house.
Whatever you're going to add
I should
is
be
not
paid.
responsive. Your Honor? Yes.
I should be paid.
I don't understand.
At BBL getting uncomfortable. And so that's what it is. She wants to be paid for the moment he brought them other hoes in, and he made her cook for them other hoes. You see what happens? You know, hell have no fury like a woman scorned. So she lets you just play with her and use her as a sex object. And then until you brought other girls home and having a party and had the Tusi out there and was running trains and orgies and made her go back in there in that kitchen. And then she said he dismissed me and sent me home. Now, you probably went up there and showed your whole ass and probably tried to tell everybody in the room that he be fucking on you when nobody's around and he using you as the help. And he got you in the maid quarters, fucking you on the maid quarter beds, and you got mad. That's what happened. And that's why she dragging his ass right now. Let's go back to this one real quick.
Is there a difference between the text messages that you provided to the Dedham police and the text messages that are here?
Yes.
And what is that difference?
I deleted bet and pussy. And I'm ruining that bitch life. Not mistaken.
So she deleted text messages, vet and punani, and I'm ruining that bitch's life. Again, yep, spite.
Yeah.
And why did you delete those phrases when you provided those text messages to the Dedham police?
Because
uh-oh, here it comes. Tears.
when I was abused in my previous relationship.
Here we go. Ring the bell. Here it is, guys. Guys, this shit is like clockwork. That's why I be at the JUCO, bro. By the way, I'm a celebrity, whether you like it or not. I can't be out here with these random hoes trying to violate me. So now she caught deleting text messages. But when I was in my previous relationship, it was abusive. And I was abused and I was traumatized. And my previous boyfriend used to beat, whoop, spank, and choke me. And I thought he was going to do it. He assaulted me and he called me, told me to get back in the kitchen and make sandwiches while he was out there fucking them young hoes. And he's out here using me. And it just triggered me. And I was in therapy and it was abusive. Here she come. Here it comes, bro. All right. And she can't even get the white girl tears out, bro. She can't even get the white girl tears out because black women tears don't work, bro. What in the hell? And it was abusive. My last boyfriend, it was abusive relationship.
When I would say things,
The objection is sustained.
he would.
The objection is sustained. There's no question there. Again, the jurors will disregard it. Sidebar.
Look at this. Sidebar. Damn, whoever the judge is going crazy. There's the tears. There's the tears. Oh my God. Oh my God. I suffered through the years. There's so many tears. Guys, you don't want women in court doing this, bro. Guys, women's tongue is just like the male fist. They use their tongue for damage and danger, especially when they stop benefiting and they don't feel like they got an equal fair trade. And now she got to drag this nigga because, well, embarrassment. And now she up here lying and shit. Everybody caught her in a lie. The judge pretty much done with her. We do have some video from today's proceedings that we need to look at. Lord, I suffered through the years and shed so many tears. All right, we got her out here. Her name is Mila Adams. Says that allegedly Stefon Diggs offered her $100,000 to drop the case. Guys, this might be a lie, but again, I think it's probably truthful Again, gentlemen, all men pay. No, they don't, coach. All men pay. So he had to come up on some pussy that he done used up and abused and then come up with $100K for her to drop the story. And she said, nope. You pay on the front end or you going to pay on the back end. It takes you one woman to make you pay for all the other women you've ever paid for. Come on, man. This is undeniable at this point. Does it happen to every man all at the same time? No. Sometimes it takes you 25, 30 years. Look at Marcelus Wiley. He talking about some pussy. He trying to defend himself on some pussy he got in 1994. 1994, guys. Some pussy he got in 1994, he got to go testify against. So now let's see what she has to say. I think she's somewhat lying about this, but let's see what she has to say.
3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Damn.
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000 to recant my statement.
That is a yes.
That is the only.
Maybe you can heard the sidebar, please.
Another sidebar. Look at her. Okay, so, how did she dodge that particular question here? So let's get this straight. 5.5 million she tried to get from Steph. 5.5 million smackers her lawyers tried to get and extort from Stefon Diggs. Nigga, ring the bell. I'm guaranteeing you, because he's an NFL player, bro, with non-guaranteed money. He don't got $5.5 million. He don't got that, bro. How much did Stefon Diggs make? I mean, we talking about contracts. All right, his contract here is $69 million with the Patriots, 3 years with $26 million guaranteed. We know he was released after 1 year. I might be wrong on this one. I don't have it. Okay, it says right here. It's a 1 year contract for $23 million. All right, that's what it was. And he tore his ACL, and it structured allowed the team an out after the first year. So he got cut. All right, so he didn't get the $69 million, and unfortunately for NFL players, it is non-guaranteed money, unfortunately. So he didn't get the $69 million. He did collect that $23 million for the 1 year he was with the Patriots. He got injured. They released him. So he didn't get $69 million or 3 years. He got 1 year, $23 million. And as we know, that's not $23 million cash. That's gross. You got the minus the taxes and any expenses and expenditures that you have and all of that. You can whittle that down and say he probably came home with a cool $10 million. All right. By the time you reduce any cost of expenses that he occurred through lifestyle and living and whatnot, you know, paying the taxes and paying your management and your agents and, you know, your union fees and retirement fees, socking away money. He came away with $10 million. He came away with $10 million. Now, she asked for 5.5 of that $10 million. Nigga, ring the bell. She tried to get 5.5 out of me. He ain't got it. That. By the way, including the baby mamas. So the 4 baby mamas, Cardi B has her own money. So 3 baby mamas in 1 year, that's 18 years of child support. All of them probably going to get 5 figures in child support based on this $23 million contract. His 69, they're going to go in there and say he got a $69 million contract. So you deduct the child support from them 3 baby mamas or any support and care that he was giving them. All men pay. He ain't got it. What about the lawyers? I said he's going to lose at least minimum $500,000 just in legal fees that he's paying to this particular person, to his lawyers. So they're going to get $500,000 to $1 million. He ain't got it. So when people tell me he'll be all right, he good, and he don't get back on the football field this year, which we do have a chance he doesn't get back on the football field. Okay. He ain't got this money. That's why he fighting. Well, he got to fight because it's a criminal case, but he ain't got it, bro. He ain't got it. Talk about some 5 million. Bitches, you crazy? He ain't got $5 million. He ain't got 5 million. He said what? He said what? He said what? I'll give you 100 grand. I get a whole 100 grand. And then I believe he offered her that 100 grand.
The last part of the witness's response will be stricken as non-responsive. You will disregard it and you will not consider it during your deliberations.
All right. And so the judge has had to reprimand her a few times about saying things, not answering questions, typical of this particular group of women, but women in general. She doesn't want to answer direct questions, answer things that obviously she's lying about. And the judges have to say you can't consider that as testimony. But I will say we don't know what the entire testimony is. I'm not watching the case. Maybe the lead attorney is on it. Maybe the lead attorney is doing a live stream about it right now. But we don't know what is actually going on in the courtroom. We're just seeing these clips. It might not represent what's completely happening in that courtroom unless we're watching it live, which is meaning to say these could be the clips to allow us to believe it's going left. All right, but it might be going right into her situation. It might be going right. Anyway, all men pay. It's undeniable at this point. And no, the good old days are over where dudes can just you could be a celebrity and conquer women. You'll get away with it for a little bit. All right. Some women will just be happy to play up in your face. They'll be happy to go home and get nutted in and all of that stuff and have a story to tell. A lot of women are like that. But guys, most of the time, no. It's going to catch up to you. And then you're going to have to fight out of it. And I want you to think about this. Think about all the women you've been intimate with in your life. Just think about it. Some of y'all incels, 0. Some of you regular guys, 5 to 7 women you've been with in your life. Some of you guys that have been out here doing it and you've been that man, it's 50 to 250 to 300 women. I want you to think about this. Okay. I want you to think about this. Think about any of the women that you've ever been with coming out with an accusation. Not just an accusation. She comes out and says, hey, I was with so-and-so, Deron, Demetrius, Trayvon, and she starts to describe all of the things that you did during that interaction. Would you be able to provide enough evidence to support a case against what she's alleging? She comes out and says, you know what? I came in. He told me to take off my socks and shoes and did this. And he kissed me there. He took me to the bedroom. He pulled my hair back. He slapped me on the ass. He put handcuffs on me. And then he put a chain around my neck that said daddy's girl. And she starts going down and down and down to all the shit you did. Man, if I won't say anything about me because I remember every detail of the things that I've done and I have it documented and recorded. So ladies, don't come out against me. But most people would not be able to come up with, damn, what day was it? You wouldn't even be coming up with the day, the time of the day you met, the year, right? You might be able to come up with the year, but you wouldn't be able to come up with, okay, how did it start? Where did you meet her? Did I meet her on a dating app? What dating app? Was it Tinder or Bumble? Was it Seeking or Hinge? You wouldn't be, but she's going to come up in there and be like, blah, 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 blah. Dude, I wouldn't. Most of y'all wouldn't be able to remember anything. You don't even remember the woman's name. Certainly don't even know her last name, where she lived, where did you have sex with her? I'm telling you, you wouldn't be able to come up with a case to defend yourself. But unfortunately, the way it works with women is that they remember details, even if they're whores. They remember these details. They're very important to them. They document them into their notes, into their phone. They document them onto their into their notebooks and diaries. This is why they document them onto their chat GPT, right? So then they have evidence and build a case against you, even though that you're long gone and forgotten. She doesn't forget. Dude, she has you in your phone with your zodiac sign, stars, no stars, a number by your name, how large and small you might have been, how long you lasted. Was it good or bad or miserable? What you smelled like, what your nut tastes like in their mouth. They got the whole fucking pictures. They got a case against you, nigga. They got pictures next to your name. They got a full folder file of all the pictures she sent and all the pictures you sent. They got a pen with your address on it. Nigga, they got all the things, dude. And these are whores. These are women with 50 to 100 body count. They still got them. Details of what happened and how you kissed them, how you dominated them, choked them, whooped them, and spanked them, and all of that shit. What you did, if you nutted in 5 strokes, where you nutted in her. Did you cream pie, nutted on her toes and feet, in her mouth, on her lips, in her hair? And they gonna ask you, hey, did you do X, Y, and Z on this date? And you like, huh? What, when, where, why, and how, nigga? And not only that, they are following up on you after the fact. So they even know what your life looks like after the fact. They look you up on Zillow. They look you up on your career on LinkedIn. They look you up on Facebook. They look your ass up on YouTube. They follow up. Okay, what happened to him? And who was he? Oh, he had a wife. Oh, I found out on Facebook he was married later on. After we get done fucking a woman, we done forgot everything about her. We done flushed it down the ecclesiastical toilet. All right, this woman is non-memorable. I hope she never exists anymore. I don't give a fuck about this bitch. All right, she can go, okay? But they will look you up for years and years and years just to keep track of who you are and where you are, nigga. If you run for president, if you are an actor, if you're part of the Screen Actors Guild, nigga, if you become the mayor, if you become a YouTube celebrity, she done follow up thoroughly. And she talking shit. I had a young woman tell me, oh, I seen this dude on Instagram and he dates this type of woman. And I was the first one he dated. And the reason he dating these other women is because I fucked him. And I'm like, how you following up on this nigga? How you watching all the women he date on Instagram? Because she's watching him. She's watching him and who he's dating. And she's like, oh, well, I turned him on to that type of woman. Man, shit. Nigga, I'm like, bro, y'all don't realize what you're up against. You're up against a lethal. Women are lethal, man. They lethal. They got Instagram fences, they call it. They got fences following your program. They got finsters following your Instagram and you don't even know. Shit, especially if your shit is not private. So it is brutal out here. And these women be coming out. He did this and they be in court telling he did this and he put it up my this. He put a thumb in my butt. And here's the problem, ladies. Here's the problem that I have with this. And I can't tell you what happens in a sexual assault because I've never committed one, nor have I, had any done to me. But I can't speak on it. I do know men. I do know men that have done this to women. So, I do say, yeah, this sucks because, ironing these details out. But if you take any sexual experience, you can have it as the woman was assaulted almost 90% of the time. That's the sad part about it. You can take any sexual interaction and the woman can reframe it by changing one detail and say she was assaulted. And most people will believe her. Most people will be just lean to the fact, I believe her. That makes sense. That's the scary part about it. That is the scary part about it. The woman could say, well, I froze up. That's a sexual assault. I didn't say nothing, but he should have read my body language. He grabbed me by the throat and he started to massage me, choke. But sometimes she liked it. Okay, he was doing this, but once he did this, it became a sexual assault. Like you were stroking her from behind and she was with it. And then you put your thumb in her butt, assault. But she was with it during it. She didn't say no, but she might have said, I didn't ask him to do that. She might have went with it through completion. She might have let you finish and do it. But then later on said, no, I don't like that. Why did you think you could just do that to me? Or she went home and thought, why did he think that he could just do that? By the way, if you orgasm inside of a woman, you're in there, you nut inside of her. She don't say nothing. She don't stop you. She keep her legs wrapped around you until you finish. She don't say nothing. She come home 2 days later. She come back to your house. Next time, don't come inside of me. I didn't want you to do that. Think about before you do that to a person. Guys, I'm telling you. And then she's thinking that. She told another friend. He was like, that's a sexual assault. That is an assault. That is a non-consensual. That turns it from consensual to non-consensual. She was cool with you raw dogging her, but then you finished inside of her. That is now non-consensual in today's world. And a year from now, that's non-consensual. If it's a year from now, that is non-consensual. Let's say a year went by. She didn't get pregnant. She didn't have a baby. And then a year goes by and she thinks, damn, dude, that was the third dude I'd just be letting. Dudes just be nutting in me all the time. Why is this happening? You know what? Now I remove consent a year from now. Now, I'm not telling you guys that women will do this to you, but there was a law just passed, I think, in the UK of women saying that, yes, a year can go by and she can remove consent after the fact and go, yep, this dude just let off into me and nutted on my hair and ear and to my wig. And he's now the mayor, right? And he's now CEO. He got a promotion. So it's, tough. And I think it's not going to happen to the majority of men. It's not going to happen. But let's say, I always say, you never know who you're going to be in 10 years. 12 years ago, I was living in my car, right? What was it? 2012. 2012, the year 2012. No. Yeah, the year 2012, I was in my car. So 14 years ago, I was in my car. Homeless. Any woman that fucked with me probably was like, oh, this nigga. Now imagine some woman come up and pull up Coach Greg Adams. Oh, this nigga, what? He presiding over the GO. Okay, what? He got a G-Wagon and a 911? Okay, wait. He living good? He living better now? Coochie sweater now? Okay, wait. That's an example of you never know who you'll be in 10 years. So now, I'm not saying this should happen to me. 10 years from now, them bitches that was giving me motel sex in the back of my Ford Explorer gonna be like, wait a minute. You never know who you're gonna be in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. You continue to be ambitious and you rise, the cream rises to the top. She's still over there, fat, busted, and disgusted. Pussy then got blown out, and now she like, hey, it's time. All right, he's a celebrity now. Let me go get some money on. You never know who you'll be in 10 years. Most of you niggas ain't gonna be shit anyway, but that's neither here nor there. But my main core members, the Money Mindset Locals and the Shield, y'all gonna be stuff. All right, but the rest of these broke niggas ain't gonna be shit. Shout out to JT says, after the Rock skirt thing, I would say no, he's not pushing an agenda because, one, I personally thought that was something most people knew about the culture, and two, I never seen a trend set by the Rock in 30 years. He's been known, but I could be wrong. No, really, bro, come on. Rock hasn't set a trend. The People's Elbow, the Tupac Versace shirt, the eye raise. Nigga, what? Are we kidding? The Rock, the People's Elbow. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? Let me think. I'm just thinking. I'm just coming off the top of the head. Pause. Jabroni. What about this?
Shut your bitch ass up.
Shut your bitch ass up, meme. Sliding in the ring with the shoes in the People's Elbow. The Rock rising $5, $12 in my pocket to become a celebrity. Lay at the SmackDown. I mean, dude, come on, man. Know your role. Come on, man. There's just too many. The Rock's never set a trend. He's been a trendsetter for 30 years. That's not true. The Rock has set many trends, especially around the world of wrestling and then wrestling in the entertainment. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your name is. What? I mean, that's not true. I talk about some of the things that with The Rock. That is a lot just right off the top of my head. And if I had time to think about it, I'm pretty sure there's much, much more that he's talked about and done and set a trend on. What about this? The whole can you smell what The Rock is cooking? The Rock smell? All right, anyway. The Rock says. All right, anyway. Yeah, Rudy Poo is my favorite. And I've used Poontang Pie here. Rudy Poo. I mean, that was definitely a gang lingo back in the day. This Rudy Poo. But he made a lot of things a lot more, took it from that level to that. Anyway. What about Hollywood Rock CGA? Delta Fox says, I'm leaving the hair salon, and the salon and the hairdresser said that she had to pay her rent before 11 a.m. Pacific time. It is May 5th. She was excited that her payment went through. Why is she paying her rent late?
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right, let me tell you why she's paying her rent late.
Nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit. Nigga shit, 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 nigga shit.
Hey, man, ladies, a lot of ladies are right now trying to get a hold of CGA to make her rent payment right now. They got that 3 days pay or quit notice on their door. And you're right. That's 11 a.m. That's 3 day pay or quit. You have a grace period of probably, depending on when the first hit, which I believe was a weekend. So that allowed you a grace period of at least a weekend, at least Sunday when the leasing office is closed or your landlord is somewhere else and they can't contact you on a Sunday. But now they put a notice on your door on Monday, which would have been the 4th. That's your 3 day grace period and your 3 day pay or quit. So now you have until the 5th going into the 6th. Yeah, you got. All right. So now, yeah, man, you know what I mean? You got. Pay up, bitch. Pay up. Pay your rent. Now.
Gotcha, bitch.
Let me just tell you, man, what is she going to do now that she's 5 days in? She's used money from the first week. So that means she only has 3 weeks of income to make rent on time for the next pay period. She ain't gonna make it.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke. Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
By the way, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of women living like that, living on the edge. Lots of women are living like that. If a woman's under 30 years old, she's living like that. If a woman's under 35 with children, she's living like that. There's a 98% chance she's living like that. 98%. It's almost guaranteed. This is why when men, I tell you, leveraging options and everything, because most of the time you're trying to impress women that live like this. You're trying to impress them and date them and have conversations. And then when she brings it up, dry begs you get all mad and frustrated. Well, she's broke, guys. She's in need.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
Okay, so if a woman lives by herself, she definitely doing this. 99% chance if she lives on her own, she lives like this. And then if she lives with a roommate, trust me, the roommate. I had a girl, a JUCO I was seeing, and she said her roommate didn't pay her in 6 months. 6 months. I pulled up her record because when a woman tells me that shit, let me pull it up on the screen. Pulled it up and I was like, oh Lord, because she had only been paying her half. I was like, nigga, and you got her living there? And I was like, why you don't kick her out? Non-confrontational woman. I'm like, bruh, y'all crazy. Ladies, the things ladies do, the things women do out here, man, they're perpetrating a fraud on the financial institutions out here. Ladies, I say this, gentlemen, know what you're getting into. Men, there are men like this as well. Because a lot of these dumbass niggas out here like this, and I was young and dumb and broke and stupid too. So I could throw myself in this category too. I was not trained and ready for life, nigga. Life happened to me. But when it comes to what women are doing against the financial institutions, against cell phone companies, against rent institutions and landlords, mortgages, student loan corporations, what women are doing on financial institutions is criminal. Like 60-70% of them are violating financial institutions. And people like, that's exaggerating, bruh. Yeah, auto loans. What about auto loans? And they're scamming when they go to Macy's and Nordstrom's. They wear the clothes and bring the goddamn clothes back with the tags on them. I mean, a lot of them are doing this shit. Just doing it. They go up in fucking Kohl's and they pack and put on 8 pair of pants and walk the fuck out. Like what? And then they go sell it on the internet. or they buy clothes, or they get gifts from men, purses and handbags, and they sell that shit on an internet site for handbag goods, and they don't even keep the shit. They wear it around for 2 days and take 2 Instagram pictures with it and sell that shit on one of these wholesale Instagram, wholesale fucking websites. I can't even think of one. Poshmark, yeah. Or they go in Sephora and steal motherfucking makeup. Middle school girls and high school girls be up in there rat packing Sephora, stealing them little ass lip glops and lip liners and shit like this and mascara. Man, yo, if people don't understand, if you just prosecuted the women and the financial crimes that they're committing out here, bruh, and divorce and marriage, marriage fraud, divorce fraud, child support fraud. If you literally just said, let's just stop women from defrauding the system. Student loans, ain't even going to school for 12, 15 years, getting degrees that don't matter and shit, and they ain't paying off the student loan. If you just went and said, let's prosecute women on the financial crimes they're committing against the system, going in, dying and dashing, going to dinner dates with dudes and saying they ain't bring their wallet. Man, please. Going to nightclubs with no money so niggas can buy them drinks. If you just said, let's focus on women and them, on their money situation, going on 3 dates a week just to eat. Section 8 fraud on Section 8. Come on, man. Selling pussy on the internet. Don't get me started. It's just like, man, defrauding the entire system across the board. And I ain't got no hate for them. I'm just saying, man, they out here committing criminal acts across the board on marriage. And you know who they get? Men. You guys are the people they get over on. And nobody's immune from this. All of us are participating in this particular situation. There's dudes out here claiming that they live with bitches committing financial fraud. Yeah, I got a girl that I live off of, and she get child support money from 2 baby daddies and sell her pussy, and I get to live off of it. So you're the same thing. You're the same thing. You're committing the fraud with them and bragging about it. PPP loans. Shoplifting in Walmart with fake receipts. They're taking the stickers off of the TV after the bananas and putting them on the TVs and going to the checkout aisle. Paternity fraud. If you just stop that. My man said not having car insurance. We just had a woman admit that. I ain't got no car insurance. I mean, it's so insane. It's so insane that happens here. And I'm telling you, this is 99% of women. 99% of women in America. When you get leverage, you're going to see it. You're going to see it. Somebody said selling plasma. I knew a woman that had a corporate job. She was a sugar baby for me. She had a pookie boyfriend. And she had a side hustle. She was like doing some care.com shit. And she was selling plasma. If you saw her, you wouldn't have noticed. And she had the motherfucking repo man after her. If you saw her, you wouldn't have even seen it. She was polished, college grad, well put together, beautiful, had her hair done. You wouldn't have even known. She had a lifestyle. She was going on vacations. She was getting sued for running up a loan to furnish that vacation. She had a nice car. She had her own apartment. You wouldn't have even knew it until I pulled her fucking file. I was like, damn. A house of cards. Somebody said driving on slicks and bad tires. And you're like, God dang. Now round that up to the average everyday woman, dude. 99% are going through this type of shit. I'm telling you, man, that's why we have a monetized dating marketplace, because women can't afford to free date no more. They cannot. They cannot. Somebody said selling food stamps in Walmart. They always hustling and grinding. They're not getting money. They don't have the jobs are just not enough to support them. Dinero Trey Coelho says, this is why CGA is the GOAT. The education is priceless. The sensei we need during these times. Young men, I hope you're listening. Young men are not going to listen. They're just going to use the hope strategy. Well, I hope I don't meet a woman like this. Guys, every woman you meet is like this. Every woman you meet is like this and has the potential to be like this. Now, I'm not saying that what I'm telling you is you guys want me to say, how do we solve the women? I don't do that. I say, this is how you solve you surviving. Guys, I done been God. Guys, I got God out here. I got God. I got God in the divorce. I got God by child support. I got God with, not being raised and understanding money, being kind of set back. I got God in dating. You gonna get got. The system is designed for you to get got. Shout out to Brazzy says, Coach is right. My ex tried to use the court of public opinion to hang me. He says they reveal her lies, but I got lucky. She tried to follow me and add me on Facebook. 5 years later, mind you, he says she was the one who cheated in front of her friends. I was the scapegoat. Facts. Some dudes are the scapegoat. Some dudes are the scapegoat. I was going to be the relationship. I'm just looking for a good man. And now she was out there causing harm. So I said selling food plates. So Bronzy is right, dude. They're going to use you as a scapegoat. We all get got. The fact is you don't want to be getting got where your life depends on it. Your life gets ruined. You don't see your children again. These whole dinner date finesses, dude, that is the bottom barrel getting got. They don't even think, like, some women don't even think that's getting you, right? A dinner date. That's not even a finesse these days because, trust me, these women need more than $75 worth of food. All right. But they always trying to hustle and scam and try to get some shit too. And they always do what? They use the same thing. Cater to your ego. You're the best. I want to be with you. I'm not with anyone else. You can trust me. All right. I'm not like these other girls. I'm irreplaceable. I'm a diamond in the rough. Although all the other men in my previous relationship, they were the assholes and the jerk. I'm tired of that. I never go outside. I be inside all the time. I'm a homebody. I mean, where do we start, bro? It's just a constant, just the same script, the same sprinkle Wizard Liz shit, the same shit that they didn't heard other women tell women to do. The women put them on game. Just tell them this. All right, I've been busy. I've been super duper busy. I've been working on this. I couldn't get back to you. I'm going out of town. I'm going on a girls trip. I ain't like that. The other girls I'm like with are like that, but I ain't like them. Same shit, different day. Right. Your dick is the best. All right. All I can think about is your dick. You got the championship dick. All right. You stroke me better than any other man that stroked me before. Yeah, bitch. Yeah. All right. I done heard it all. I'm 50 years old. Believe me, bitch. You ain't gonna tell me something. You ain't gonna tell me something new. You ain't gonna tell me nothing new. All right. I ain't got really time for that. I'm going back to school. I got a kid. I don't got time to be hanging out with other dudes. I'm really focused on building my business. I'm trying to build a business. All right. Yeah, bitch. Yeah. Yeah, nigga. Yeah. And women are like, really, coach? I'm like that. I don't give a fuck. I don't believe it. All right. It's okay. I don't believe you. You need more people. I done heard 15, 20, 58 bitches say the same thing. It's okay. Shout out to No Government Name says lots of these women are unprepared for life, but still teaching our kids in school. The teacher scam. The teacher scam. The scam of women make less money than men, but they choose jobs and careers that make less money than men. Another scam. Okay, why don't you pick a job that the men are doing? Right. Oh, no, you can't do that. It's too dirty and dangerous. So you pick easy cush jobs where you sit there and get fat sitting in the chair counting beans, and then you want the same money as men. Another scam. You pick a soft career. Another scam. They get older and they want to get a good guy, and then as soon as you get in a relationship with these old broads, they get laid the fuck off. Okay? How did that happen? That's interesting. Interesting timing. Or their lease was about to end. Oh, I'm thinking of moving in with you. I'm thinking, we're close. Let's move in together. Oh, your lease was running out. In 4 months, you quickly love bombed me, got into a relationship, moved into my fucking house by giving me and love bombing me pussy. Then you got laid off from your job. How fucking coincidental is that? How coincidental did that happen? Interesting timing there. Now you sitting up in my fucking house inviting Pookie over, fucking in my bed while I'm at work. All right. Also, the therapy scam. Women, everybody should go to therapy. No, take your fucking funky ass to therapy. If you need therapy, you need therapy. You in the nut crazy house. Because you in a crazy house don't mean I need to be in a crazy house. You in therapy because you cause everybody else some goddamn issues. You take your ass to the nut house. Meanwhile, I'll go out here and make some goddamn money. Right? Fuck is going on here? You go to therapy, bitch. You want to sit here and unpack and resolve all of your past trauma and issues related to your pussy? Go for it then. Meanwhile, I'm over here putting money in my pocket, and I'll put some couple of dollars in your pocket. All you got to do is do monkey double backflips and go home to your broke hovel. All right. Trying to push me in therapy so I can be in your fucking animal house. Hell no. Therapy is good for everybody. If you crazy and cuckoo, if you misguided and undecided, if you don't know if you coming or going, shit, if you can't control your life, if life happens to you instead of you making life happen, if you broke, busted, and disgusted, if you got all these goddamn mental health diagnoses and shit like this, if you need to go on crazy medicine, take your ass to therapy. Meanwhile, I'm going to keep my crazy ass out here in the civilian world, all right? All right. I'm going to go put some money in my pocket, and that's going to be my therapy. Shit, success is my therapy. Take your goo crazy ass home and sit into 10 years worth of therapy, $200,000. These women, another scam. Another scam. Here's the scam. They will get a job, they will get benefits, and they will abuse the benefits as soon as they get the job. That is another scam. So they have an illness, a sickness, or they have a desire to get, free therapy, or they will get a job. They will go the 90 days and they be getting all kind of surgeries and shit, because now you're on the situation under 90 days. Now you're under the health insurance policy of the company. They getting surgeries. They go on maternity leave. Oh, I'm pregnant. They go get root canals and dental implants. They go to 8, 50, 11 therapy sessions a month. Then they start coming up. Oh, I got trauma. I can't look at the screen. I need screen. I need an extra screen. They get a job. They go on vacation. Oh, I got the job. Great. I'm going to be going on vacation next month for like 5 weeks. Then come back pregnant. Right? Then they file a sexual harassment claim against you, or a HIPAA claim against you, or a HR claim against you because you mad that they got a job and then fell pregnant. You'd be like, what? Yep. Then they got to take a mental health break. Oh, it's just been tough. Life has been stressful. That's another scam that they do on the system. And you can't call them out. You can't be like, man, that's bullshit. Because they got the law set up for them that a woman can become pregnant right after you. You can't even ask them if they're pregnant at a job interview. That's illegal. Then if they come out there and get pregnant, you can't be like, well, I'm going to replace you. You're going to get sued. You're going to get sued. Okay. Chico says, went on a date this weekend with a 22-year-old woman, walked her to her car, saw her rotors, and they were grinded metal to metal. Asked her how long she'd been driving like that, and she replied, since the beginning of the year. Jesus. Yeah, that's the thing, man. They don't do a lot of maintenance on their vehicles, so they gonna get got. That's a co-sponsorship, Chico. I'm rich, bitch. That is a cold world. They act like cars, like this is what they act like cars just start up and no maintenance is required. All right, the car just supposed to start. Okay, I bought a car, start. And you're like, no, it needs maintenance. You just wear and tear. You're going to need brakes, oil changes. You're going to need to replace the windshield wiper fluid. The alternator is going to go out, especially if it's a used car. You're going to have to replace the tires. All right. And they're like, what? Wait a minute. This car is supposed to just starting up and going where I'm going. It's supposed to last forever. Then they get a flat tire on the side of the road and they be like, I need a husband. All right. This is the time where I really need a man in my life. You only need a man because you're on the side of the road at 1 a.m. with a flat tire. Now you need a man. But you didn't need a man before that flat tire. You was out here. I'm living the dream. I'm a queen. I'm a boss babe. Nobody can stop me. I'm going to be rich, wealthy. You didn't need a man then. Now, flat tire, 1 a.m. It's cold. You ain't got no goddamn blanket in your back. You ain't got no goddamn flares, no orange cones. It's raining outside. Ain't got no AAA. No insurance on the car for roadside assistance. Can't change the tire in the rain. Now you need a man. All right. Interesting concept. Interesting way to navigate life. But I'm going to tell you guys, just know 100% that that's how they almost all navigate life. It's kind of like a fantasy in their mind. They're living a fantasy of being highly successful and being independent and doing it on their own. I'm really doing it. I'm doing it by myself, all by myself with no man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you rated your life right now, we're going to go rate your life right now. Take your look at your life. Give it a grade. Men and women, give your life a grade of how good you're living your life. Men and women. Be like, okay, take A, B, C, and D. Look at your fucking life and give it a grade. What grade would you give your life? Are you living an A life, meaning that your life is the life everybody wants to live? Like financially, spiritually, emotionally, you're handling your business personally, your relationships, you have a relationship in your life. Okay, that means you're having your sexual needs met and your emotional needs. Rate your life. I'm living a motherfucking A, nigga. I'm winning this bitch. All right, I don't want life, nigga. I mean, I could do a little bit better too, Iggy. I mean, I could have a bitch out here. Not a bitch. I could have a wonderful woman making me a sandwich after my stream, bringing me water during the stream, understanding how difficult this is that I do, really appreciating the work that I put in and the lifestyle that I provide, having a sandwich or a salad or some soup after the stream. You know, when I walk downstairs, she says, bravo, bravo. She doesn't beg me for something or ask me what our plans are for the day. She says, you know what? You deserve this drink. You deserve this soup. You deserve this motherfucking sandwich. You deserve this side salad. All right. Thank you for being you. Thank you for providing. What can I do? All right. Do you need a time to decompress? Do you need a time? Because later on, we got plans tonight. And I know you a man and you're going to take care of me because I trust you. I can have a woman like that. Ride or die bitch, but I ain't got a bitch like that. They hard to find here in the United States. That's why I got to go to Asia to find her. I don't need a personal chef. I need a personal woman to make me a sandwich and suck my dick. I already got a personal chef. Shout out to Chef Cass. So when I go down to the stream, I go to Chef Cass and I pull out his pre-prepared meal, microwave that bitch. All right. And then Chef Cass got me covered. All right. I got a personal chef. But I could have a woman like that, but I got to go to the Philippines for all that shit. You know what I mean? I can't get American bitches out here because they all think they're going to be a CEO by 32 and shit like that. Or they extra hella old, 46, 47, 48. All right, we'll make a power couple. Nah, sit the fuck. What job do you got? Right, power couple. All right, you need a savior. But rate your life. I'm actually going to talk about that later on the Coach Greg Adams channel, bringing definitely some boss up material. But shout out to everybody, man. I went like an hour over of what I intended to do, but I think it was very vital and important to provide this information to you, male or female. Shout out to the Coach gang. We out of here. Peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Vibe blowing up the J, got the loud jumping up the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping up the bag. Vibe blowing up my J, got the loud jumping up the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping out the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, got my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl still a fan. Yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The re-up just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck, and they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not on trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I can never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. Just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. Get my good side. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice. Gonna run up a check, demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is